Good afternoon and welcome to the 92nd General Session.
After months of careful preparation, we are honored to open this important event
Here in the beautiful city of Paris. Each year, the World Organization for Animal Health brings together government representatives, veterinary authorities, and strategic partners from all over the world.
The General Session is a crucial event dedicated to strengthening global efforts to improve animal health and welfare.
The event provides a vital forum for the adoption of new international standards on animal health, creating a common shared language across countries in the management of safe international trade in animals. What happens here at the General Session is supported by a global network of experts across 5 regions and a wide range of technical disciplines.
From data collection to strategic planning, everything happening this week reflects months of collaboration, of scientific expertise and dedication.
At WOAH, we collaborate with experts to develop and regularly update international standards on animal health and welfare. These standards are based on the latest scientific evidence and are designed to address the needs of our members. At WOAH, we support our members in monitoring the early detection and control of over 120 animal diseases. The World Animal Health Information System, or WAHIS, collects real-time information that can provide an overview of the global disease situation, thanks to the timely contribution of our members.
Around the world, animals play a vital role in food systems, livelihoods, and the resilience of communities.
By adopting the organization's terrestrial and aquatic animal health standards, countries apply a common framework for animal health and welfare into their national policy.
As the global leader in animal health, WOAH supports and works with its members and collaborates with its partners in the fight against animal diseases. Each region faces unique challenges, and the regional and sub-regional representations are our main points of contact with members, ensuring that WOAH's strategy and activities are translated to meet regional needs. The General Session allows us to showcase the work of our regional offices, share experiences from our regions, coordinate response and build partnerships face-to-face. That is essential to managing disease risk globally.
Through the spirit of collaboration, we are shaping a future where animals and people thrive in harmony.
Together, we ensure that livelihoods are transformed, economies are boosted, and the future is safer and healthier for everyone.
And now, the moment has arrived.
Are you ready?
I'm all set.
Let's do this.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And welcome to the 92nd General Session of the World Organization for Animal Health.
I am Mariana Delgado. I'm a veterinarian from the Science Department, and I work with the Biological and with the Aquatic Standards Commission, as well as following the ever-evolving world of influenza. And today, I'm lucky to share this stage with a colleague, with a co-host that knows exactly what to do when things get unpredictable, when you need to be prepared for emergencies.
Thank you, Mariana. I'm Dan Donachie. I'm a veterinarian, and I work for WOAH's Preparedness and Resilience Department, where we support our members in managing emergencies. And I have to say, I'm lucky to be sharing the stage with Mariana, an excellent multitasker who can juggle science, standards, and hosting events like this with impressive ease.
Thank you, Dan. Together, we will be your masters of ceremony. We will make sure that this event runs smoothly and on time, and make science even more fun.
Just a quick note before going any further, that we have interpretation available. You can put on your headset and select your preferred language.
Exactly. Please make sure to use your headset on your preferred language so that you don't miss a thing. You can choose between English, French, Spanish, Arabic, Mandarin, and Russian. And Dan, how is your Spanish going?
Excelente. And I hope, Mariana, you can teach me some more words of Spanish as we go through the next couple of days. And you might have noticed that we've dressed up today for all of you. We're wearing traditional clothing from our countries today. And Mariana, I think we can all agree, you look absolutely lovely today. Tell us about what you're wearing.
That's so kind, Dan. I'm wearing this shawl. This shawl is made out of alpaca fiber. Alpaca is one of Peru's national treasures. And these animals has shared the life with us for centuries, or even more, providing us with food, with transport, and with warmth. And this shawl is also inspired on the doors of a Peruvian retablo. A retablo is a house-shaped craft that floor after floor tells a story like the one that we will all share together in the next 5 days. And then, what exactly are you wearing today? Is that a skirt?
It's not a skirt. It's a kilt. Traditional clothing from my country, Scotland, one of the countries that make up the UK. Now, the kilt is more than just clothing. It represents a deep-rooted cultural heritage, and one that also reminds us just how closely our traditions are tied to animals, just like the sheep whose wool keep this kilt warm and long-lasting.
Are you okay then?
So the kilt's a wee bit too warm and a bit too tight. I got this kilt when I was 21, and I've grown a bit since then.
Or all these magnificent Parisian croissants.
Oi.
Or all these years that we have shared together, growing together in this organization. Today, we recognize some familiar faces, delegates who for years, or even decades, have dedicated their work to improve animal health, food safety, public health, and the well-being of all living beings.
And new faces too, bringing new ideas and new perspectives. You are most welcome here.
Because we are all here together for the same cause.
The health
and the well-being of animals around the world.
And that shared commitment is what brings us together for the next couple of days. 183 members of WOAH, reference centres, partners, the private sector, students and other stakeholders all here together to advance animal health.
And let's not forget about our WOAH staff. We are a diverse workforce with more than 70 nationalities. And together, during this week, we will have multiple discussions, a series of discussions that will shape our future. We will have moments to learn, to ask, and moments to propose solutions.
So whether this is your first general session or your 20th, whether you've traveled from near or far, this event is for you.
So let's open this event with respect and collaboration. Let's begin. Dan, my cards.
The cards?
My cards.
Wait a second. Wait. There you go.
Whew. I'm glad you're from the Preparedness and Resilience Department. And now, to open this event, allow me to introduce you to the President of the World Organization for Animal Health, Dr. Susana Pombo. Thank you. Her leadership and expertise continues to drive meaningful progress in our field. So, Dr. Pombo, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Mariana. So, Director General, Dr. Emmanuel, honorable ministers, in particular His Excellency José Manuel Fernandes, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries from Portugal, distinguished delegates, and esteemed guests. It is with deep honor and great humility that I welcome you all to our 92nd General Session of the World Organization for Animal Health. This is a special moment for me, my first session as President of the Council, and I'm sincerely grateful for the trust that you have placed in me. Let me also take a moment to thank to our past President, Dr. Hugo Idoiaga, for his work and commitment during his term as President of the Council. WOAH was born out of the conviction that only through global collaboration can we address animal health threats. Today, 100 years later, that conviction remains as true and as urgent as ever. As delegates, we are united by a purpose that transcends borders, politics, and time zones to protect animals, safeguard people, and support livelihoods through science and solidarity. This year's session is enriched by the launch of the first State of the World's Animal Health Report, a landmark achievement. I would like to sincerely commend our Director General for driving this initiative forward. This report is just not a reflection of our present. It is a tool for shaping our future. It reminds us that reliable data shared in transparency and trust is the bedrock of our early warning systems and sound policy. But that alone is not enough. We must also act with unity and purpose. Whether we are facing outbreaks of avian influenza, African swine fever, or emerging threats, no country can face them alone. Our greatest strength is the power of the collective action. When we share knowledge openly and apply standards consistently, we not only contain disease, we build bridges of confidence and cooperation. And that brings me to our foundation, our rules and our values. This year, I want to place particular emphasis on the work of the Governance Review Committee in reviewing our organization basic texts. Launched by the World's General Assembly of Delegates through Resolution number 12, this comprehensive review of our founding documents and rules is a foundational process to ensure our governance remains fit for purpose in a changing world. The review of our basic texts is not a technical exercise. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to ensure that OWAS is ready for the future, a future that demands more agility, more clarity, and more inclusiveness. This week, the GRC will present its progress. But let me be clear, this is not their work alone. It is ours. As delegates, we have the responsibility and the privilege to shape the organization we believe in. I urge you to contribute, question, reflect, and engage fully in this process. In parallel with strengthening our governance, we are also sharing our strategic path for the coming years. Work has begun on the development of OWAH's 8th strategic plan, which will guide our organization's direction and priorities from 2026 to 2031 and will be formally presented by our Director General during this session. Governance and strategy must walk hand in hand. One gives us direction, the other gives us the strength. In other words, good governance will underpin effective strategy, and a well-crafted strategy will guide us in making meaningful governance improvements. Both exercises are about shaping the future of OWAH. I therefore also encourage all delegates to contribute actively to this process. Together, through the GRC efforts and the development of the 8th strategic plan, we are laying down a stronger foundation and a clear roadmap for OWAH's journey ahead. So I invite you to see this session not just as a routine meeting, but as a turning point. The world is watching how we respond, not only to disease, but to complexity, to change, and to the growing expectations placed on veterinary services and science-based leadership. Let us show them that we are ready. Let us honor our century-long legacy by preparing the next 100 years with clarity, courage, and cooperation. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Gracias, muito obrigado. I wish you all a bold and inspiring week.
Muito obrigado. Thank you, Dr. Pombo, for your kind words and your commitment to WOAH as the President of the World Assembly of Delegates. And also the strategic support that you and the rest of the WOAH Council provide to our organisation. It is very much appreciated by all of us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honour of welcoming to the podium a leader who was recently recognised by the 2025 Time 100 Health List for outstanding contributions to the control of avian influenza. It just so happens we're also proud to call this leader our Director General, Dr. Emmanuelle Soubillon. In her unwavering determination for collaboration, innovation and inclusivity is driving WOAH forward. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Soubillon as she delivers her inaugural address, marking her first role in her first year as Director General. Dr. Soubillon, please.
Your Excellencies, dear President of the World Assembly, Dr. Susana Pombo, Delegate of Portugal, honorable members of the Council and Bureaus of the Regional Commission, dear delegates, dear partners, experts, dear staff, and dear friend. Welcome to the 92nd General Session of the World Organization for Animal Health. It is here that every year standards, status, key decisions, and the resolutions that shape our collective actions are adopted. That is why this annual gathering is so crucial for all of us. At WOAH, we are looking forward for this week of meaningful dialogue, experience sharing, and for your voice to guide the organization. This year, I am particularly honored by the strong ministerial presence. Dear ministers, your political commitment, your political and financial support to WOAH delegates and to the organization is crucial. With your commitment, we are able to transform vision into actions and strategies into results. With your engagement, we are able to advance animal health and welfare priorities both globally and locally. At the global level and in a One Health perspective, political support has been instrumental to achieve two major milestones in recent months: the adoption of a political declaration on antimicrobial resistance during the last United Nations General Assembly, and the conclusion of the negotiations on the new pandemic agreement. Both achievements reflect the growing recognition of animal health as an essential component of global health challenges. This is real progress, and we must acknowledge and celebrate it. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Dr. Monique Eloi, whose leadership laid the groundwork for this progress. We have come a long way, but much more still needs to be done. How can we leverage this momentum and scale up our impact? As you know, animal health is at the center of many global challenges. Indeed, better animal health means improved food security, stronger economies, fairer and safer trade, enhanced public health, better protection of wildlife and biodiversity, and mitigation of climate change effects. Therefore, animal health is not just a technical matter, it is a political priority. This is precisely what we underscore with the launch of the Animal Health State of the Art. At WOAH, we will continue to advocate for higher investment in robust veterinary services, because we know that preventing health risks at the animal source is more effective and far more cost-efficient than responding to crises. As we often say, the cost of inaction is much higher than the cost of prevention. Prevention, this cornerstone of WOAH mission, will be a central topic during this week. The forum will bring together high-level discussions around veterinary vaccines and vaccination. Together, we will explore the evolving landscape of vaccination and identify actionable strategies for countries to benefit from the desired effect of today's vaccines without suffering unintended consequences. Dear ministers, dear participants, today I would like to reaffirm the commitment I made to you when I took office, supporting national authorities in strengthening their veterinary services and enhancing cooperation between members within and across regions. WOAH will stand by its members, supporting them through technical and scientific information, standards, guidelines, capacity building, and the development of bankable projects, always in a spirit of collaboration, building with them, never apart from them. The spirit of partnership and inclusivity will also guide the development of our 8th strategic plan, which will reflect both our ambition and the practical realities on the ground. This plan will be costed to support resource mobilization, built on priorities identified with you and our partners, with the objective to be adopted at the next general session. At the same time, we are responding to your strong call for greater involvement in our governance, and this concern will be addressed through the ongoing review of our institutional, technical, and financial governance, a crucial step toward a more inclusive and responsive organization. In this context, visibility and modernization are key pillars for the future of the organization. An organization which is more visible and better equipped to face complex health challenges on a rapidly changing world. Increasing WOAH visibility is essential to raise the profile of animal health. Modernizing our tools and processes, mainly through innovation and digital transformation, will allow us to be more agile and more impactful. As Susanna rightly said, the challenges ahead are many, some directly linked to animal health, with significant impact on food security and trade. In recent months, we have seen both emerging and re-emerging diseases appear in regions of the world where they had not been seen for a while. Moreover, we are also confronted by persistent threats, such as antimicrobial resistance and the future risks of pandemics. All of them unfolding within a changing and complex geopolitical and economical landscape. This is only by working together that we can effectively tackle these challenges. This must be our shared ambition and commitment, built on mutual trust and shared confidence in our organization. Excellencies, dear President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your commitment. I am confident that we will accomplish much together this week and beyond. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Soubeyran.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soubeyran. Thank you.
In words, and for your unwavering commitment. First, as Delegate of France, and now as Director General of our organization. You are leading our organization forward. And we have heard from you today that you're challenging us all here today to act, to invest, and to collaborate more. So, since this challenge is for all of us, are you, World Assembly, ready to meet this challenge? Thank you.
I can't hear you. Are you, the World Assembly, ready to meet this challenge? Yes. Well done. We now move to the inaugural addresses of governmental and intergovernmental authorities, and we are truly honored to welcome these leaders from around the world. To get us started, I have the honor to invite to the podium Dr. Edwin Dikolotti, the Minister of Lands and Agriculture, Botswana. Dr. Dikolotti plays a key role in shaping forward-looking policies that drive land and agricultural development in the country. And I'd also like to share with the Assembly that the Minister is also a fellow veterinarian, a true testimonial of the paths that our career, our profession in animal health can take us to. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a moment of great honor and immense pride for me to be addressing this World Assembly of Delegates on behalf of the government and people of Botswana. I bring with me special greetings from the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the newly elected President of our great Republic. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in November 2024, the world was treated to a spectacle of peaceful and seamless transition of power in Botswana after a new government was ushered into power through a historic national election. A party that has ruled our beautiful country for 58 years, the Botswana Democratic Party, peacefully handed reins of power to the newly elected Umbrella for Democratic Change under the leadership of President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko. Most importantly, 6 months later, the prevailing peace and stability in our country has allowed the new government to embark on a transformative journey it has promised to its people. Therefore, Madam President, as we gather here today in Paris, a city synonymous with diplomacy and collaboration, I'm proud to be presenting a peaceful and democratic country that is fully committed to multilateralism. Botswana is therefore conscious of the critical role played by the World Organization for Animal Health in safeguarding animal health worldwide and in conformity to the cardinal principles of the One Health approach. Madam President, the challenges we face, ranging from emerging zoonotic diseases and antimicrobial resistance to the impacts of climate change on livestock production, and are very complex and highly interconnected. They demand our collective wisdom, our sustained efforts, and our unshakable resolve. Botswana is a nation deeply rooted in its rich agricultural heritage, intimately understands these challenges. Our livestock sector is not merely an economic engine. It is a cornerstone of our culture, a source of livelihoods for countless families, and a vital component of our food security. An ailing livestock industry for us, therefore, leaves our people vulnerable to poverty, despondency, drug and alcohol abuse, urban migration, violent crime, and general societal insecurities. We are therefore proud of the progress we have made in controlling transboundary animal diseases, enhancing veterinary services, and promoting livestock practices. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, our efforts in combating FMD, for example, have been testament to the dedication and resilience of our farmers. However, Botswana is acutely aware that no country can tackle these issues in isolation. Madam President, the globalized and globalizing world that we inhabit today means that a disease outbreak in one corner of the planet can rapidly spread, impacting economies and public health far beyond its origin. This is precisely why the WOAH standards, guidelines, and collaborative platforms are so indispensable. They provide the framework for harmonized approaches. They also help facilitate information sharing and foster the partnerships essential for effective disease prevention and control. Botswana is particularly keen to see continued emphasis on capacity building within national veterinary services. Strong, well-resourced veterinary infrastructure is the first line of defense against animal disease threats. We commend the WOAH initiatives in this area and urge for their further expansion, particularly in developing nations where resources are more scarce. It is our belief that investing in veterinary expertise is an investment in global health security. Furthermore, the urgent threat of antimicrobial resistance demands our immediate and coordinated attention. We must work together to promote responsible use of antimicrobials in animals, supporting research into alternatives and ensuring that prudent practices are adopted across the globe. This is not just an animal health issue. It is a critical public health imperative. Finally, as we look to the future, we must also consider profound impact of climate change on animal health and production systems. Shifting disease vectors, increased heat stress, and altered grazing patterns present new challenges that require innovative solutions and adaptive strategies. Botswana stands ready to collaborate on R&D initiatives that build resilience in our livestock sectors in the face of a changing climate. In closing, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, allow me to reiterate Botswana's unwavering commitment to the principles and objectives of the WOAH. We believe that by working together, sharing our knowledge, and leveraging our collective strengths, we can build a healthier, safer, and more sustainable future for both animals and humans. I thank you all for the privilege of your attention. Thank you.
Ke ale boja, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister Dicolotti, for your inspiring remarks, and also to your country for hosting WOAH sub-regional representations for Southern Africa. Now, we switch to Spanish. We go to the region of the Americas. Tengo el honor de presentar al ministro.
It is an honor for me to introduce Minister Palacios, who is the Minister for Agriculture and Livestock in Ecuador. His work is characterized by his proactive approach. He wants to foster agriculture, and he plays a crucial role in developing agricultural production and livestock production. So I am handing the floor to him, and he is going to speak via video. Excellencies, dear delegates of WOAH, I'd like to greet you on behalf of our President, Daniel Novoa, and in my own name, Danilo Palacios. I am the Minister for Agriculture and Livestock. For us, livestock is key in food safety, and being supported by the cattle industry or livestock industry, we managed to keep foot and mouth at bay in our country thanks to vaccination and on the mainland, and without vaccination in the Galapagos Island. And this was crucial so that we could export to other countries. At the moment, we export live cattle to the UAE, and we export to Salvador and Chile, and we're progressing towards the Chinese market thanks to a responsible livestock industry with more than 4 million beef cattle that were vaccinated during the last vaccination campaign to ensure product safety. I want to thank WOAH for their strategic partnership in this, on this journey, and we will continue working on animal health as a basis for modern and sustainable agriculture.
Muchas gracias, Ministro Palacios, por su valiosa participación. And now we're delighted to welcome to the podium Mr. David Songolashvili, Minister of Environmental Protection in Agriculture of Georgia. Under the Minister's leadership, Georgia is taking practical steps to improve access to veterinary vaccines, as well as just recently establishing a veterinary statutory body in accordance with WOAH standards. Minister, you have the floor, and we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you very much. Madam President, Madam DG, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address the participants of the 92nd General Session of the World Organization of Animal Health. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the World Organization for Animal Health for organizing today's event and for its tireless and wide-reaching efforts over the years to safeguard animal health across the globe. Last year, WOAH celebrated the 100th anniversary of its founding, a historic milestone for which I extend my warmest congratulations. I take the opportunity to note that the current year is not only a time for reflecting on a century of remarkable achievements, but also the beginning of a new chapter in organization's life. I'm confident that WOAH and its member states will enter this new era with a renewed determination and impactful steps to reinforce our shared accomplishments and respond effectively to emerging challenges. Georgia has been a member of WOAH since 1992. From the date till today, the organization's strategic objectives have remained fully aligned with Georgia's national priorities, including transparent regulation, prevention of disease spread, mitigation of adverse impact, and the facilitation of safe trade in animal products. I'm pleased to highlight that Georgia has previously hosted several WOAH events, including the Regional Conference for Europe, as well as a variety of discussion and trainings. We look forward to continuing our cooperation and hope to soon welcome a high-level WOAH event in Georgia. On that, we'll not only showcase our country's growing capacity in the field of animal welfare, but also our well-known tradition of warm and generous hospitality. We are particularly proud of the re-election of Georgia's Chief Veterinary Officer, Mr. Vasil Vasiladze, to a second term as a Vice President of WOAH's Regional Commission for Europe. This recognition is of great importance to us. Georgia is taking active steps toward achieving veterinary welfare. These efforts are reflected on one hand in the ongoing alignment of our legal framework with EU legislation and WOAH standards, and on the other hand, in strengthening the capacities of our component institutions. This includes the development of appropriate infrastructure, provision of equipment, delivery of training and education programs, and other vital initiatives. Nevertheless, we continue to face certain challenges, and we greatly rely on WOAH's continued support in addressing them. Until 2012, animal health and welfare were not considered national priorities in Georgia. The complete deregulation of the sector, the practical repeal of relevant legislation, the weakening of institutional framework, and the removal of veterinary studies for the list of regulated universities professions resulted in a shortage of specialists, dimensioned regulatory capacity, and a marked decline in the overall condition for the sector. Since 2012, professional education in the field has become one of our key priorities. Veterinary studies have been reintroduced in university programs, and we are optimistic that the challenges related to staffing and professional capacity will be fully overcome in the near future. Significant progress has already been made. I recently signed a ministerial decree establishing the veterinary stationary body in accordance with the law. Starting from 2026, certification will become mandatory for veterinarians and veterinary technicians. I would like to take this opportunity to thank WOAH and its experts for the vital support provided during the implementation of these important reforms. For Georgia, this issue of vaccine accessibility, a key item on this session agenda, is of particular importance. We fully support the focus on this matter and reaffirm on behalf of Georgia our commitment to upholding the highest standards in disease prevention. In our note-wide prevention vaccination campaign, we use highlightly vaccines of Europe origin and registration. This is not always easy, especially in the face of occasional shortages, which many countries face. We are fully committed to continuation and deepening of our cooperation with WOAH in this critically important area. Another important priority for Georgia is the enhancing cross-border cooperation to prevent the spread of transboundary animal disease. In this regard, I would like to underscore the importance of early warning system and highlight that Georgia fully upholds its commitments in this area while maintaining a high level of transparency. In conclusion, I would like to reaffirm Georgia's firm support to WOAH and its strategic objectives. We remain fully committed to continued cooperation with the organization and its member states, contributing our share to the global effort to combat animal disease and to promote the One Health approach, which is essentially for the sustainable development of agriculture, food system, and overall societal well-being. Thank you for your attention. I thank you.
Kopchai, Minister, for your kind words, and also, as you mentioned, to support WOAH with your country to our regional representation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Vakit Torobayev, the Vice Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan. The Vice Prime Minister is leading efforts to increase uptake of WOAH standards in his country and is advocate to official animal disease-free status. Mr. Vice Prime Minister.
Урматтуу Эммануэль Суберан, айым урматтуу бүткүл дүйнөлүк жаныбарлардын ден соолугу уюмунун улуттук делегаттары, урматтуу сессияның ачылышы менен чын жүрөктөн жана өлкөбүздүн ветеринардык кызматтын өнүгүшүнө кошкон олуттуу салымыңыз үчүн чын жүрөктөн ыраазычылык билдиребиз. Сиздердин ишиңиздер азык түлүк коопсуздугун бекемдөө, глобалдык ветеринардык системанын туруктуу жок перевод болду. Уважаемая госпожа Эммануэль Суберан, уважаемые национальные делегаты.
Dr. Emmanuel Soubiran, dear national delegates of WOAH, ladies and gentlemen, let me first greet you on behalf of the Council Office of Ministers of Kyrgyzstan during this 92th General Session opening of the delegates of WOAH. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the fruitful, long cooperation, for your permanent support and your full contribution to the development of veterinary services. Your work does contribute to the reinforcement of food safety, sustainable development of world veterinary services, and has a multiplying effect that allows to safeguard the life and the health of humanity. The Ministry of Hydraulics, Agriculture and Food Industry in Kyrgyzstan is a state body that implements state policies in the following areas: hydraulic resources, farming and food processing, cattle breeding, fisheries, veterinarian industries, and food processing industry. Our ministry is also in charge of monitoring, controlling the state control in the veterinary safety and food safety. The ministry methodically implements a series of measures to protect public health and animal health. Zoonostics situation and veterinarian service safety and health safety, well, these are major parts of the development strategy for the social and economic aspects of our country, and a prerequisite to reinforce our ability to export our organic farm produce that respect the environment. Kyrgyzstan has been a very active member of WOAH since 1992. In our country, 60% of the people live in rural areas, so the Ministry's office pays great attention to the farming sector, including cattle breeding, which plays a key role in the life and in the well-being of our citizens. I'd like to stress the fact that women play a specific role in the field of farming in Kyrgyzstan. They work in the animal field and the plant field. The young people work actively in the farming sector. And for us, it's a huge potential for the subsequent development of our country. At the moment, the project is ongoing under the state supervision for the sustainable development of cattle breeding for 2025-2029. The aims is to contribute to resilience, to improve the yield of animals and monitor food safety in our country. So we pay particular attention to questions relating to animal health, biosafety, and the quality of food products. These are the priorities of the policies in our state. The cooperation agreement between Kyrgyzstan government and WOAH was signed in 2017, and it has become a historical milestone for the reinforcement of our partnership. Since it was signed, Kyrgyzstan has further developed its veterinary services, and the control in episodic diseases has been reinforced, and we provided legal bases that have been harmonized with international standards. The monitoring systems of disease and the exchange of information systems have been implemented. We implement prevention systems, disease fight systems, and in different areas. Thanks to consistent reforms and the support of the Kyrgyzstan president and the Office of Ministers, we were able to devise a modern system for veterinary control, and we modernized our laboratories. We provide equipment to trans-bordering veterinary offices, and we developed cutting-edge methods to identify animals. These processes allowed us to improve epizootic stability and improve the conditions for the circulation of risk-free farm produce to international markets. We are very proud that our farm produce respect the environment of animal and plant origin. They comply with strict international standards in terms of quality of safety. Our main priority is the recognition of the veterinary system of Kyrgyzstan and its farm produce at international level. And in this regard, I would like to mention that back in 2020, WOAH officially approved the official program for foot and mouth disease for control in Kyrgyzstan. This program has been successfully extended. We are determined to maintain our cooperation with WOAH to keep our disease-free status for foot and mouth in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I am taking this opportunity to encourage you to visit our country with its wonderful landscapes and lakes and pure lakes and wonderful valleys and its unique culture. And we do hope that during your stay in Kyrgyzstan, you get to know our people and their hospitality, and you will keep great memories of this stay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your warm and inspiring remarks, and your country's hospitalities for hosting recent WOAH events. And now, we have the pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Linghan Dwangsavan, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Laos. Agriculture is one of the backbones of Laos, and the minister focused his efforts to mitigate the impact of climate-related disasters, advocate for the importance of engaging young generations, as well as biodiversity conservation. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam President and Madam DG of WOAH, Excellency Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of the Government of Laos PDR, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to WOAH for invitation and extend warm greeting to all distinguished delegates presenting today. Laos PDR, as a small member country of the ASEAN and view agriculture as the foundation of the national economy development. It is contribute over 18% to the GDP. Recognizing it significant, the government is committed to the promoting the food security, sustainable development, and resilience through 4 strategy programs in agriculture. Include agriculture for food security and nutrition, and agriculture commercialization of agriculture, forestry and rural development as well. In addition to this, livestock sector is not only playing the crucial role in improving nutrition outcome and livelihood, but also contribute to the economy stability. However, it is faced a challenge include transboundary animals disease, zoonotic threat, which threaten food security and public health. It is particularly concerning that near 60% of the human infection disease are from animals, underlining the urgency for the strengthening animals' health system to protect public health. WOAH initiative align with our strategy and its role in the improve the global animal health in vital, strengthening the partnership among member states and development partners is essential to tackle this challenge effectively. I commend WOAH for its contribution and believe that together we can achieve significant advancement. Since joining WOAH in the year 1951, Laos PDR have been committed to its value, working to improve our veterinary service and advancing international animal health standards. As the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, I reaffirm that the Laos PDR is a strong commitment to work in partnership with the global community to enhance animal health and welfare, ensure food safety, and facilitate fair and safe trade. I wish all productive and successful 92nd General Session. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your warm remarks. And now we switch to French. Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to introduce Mr. Anatol Wari, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Rural Development, Water and Forestry in the Kingdom of Morocco. Under his direction, Morocco has made continuous efforts to reinforce food safety and safety in the face of climate change. Ms. President, Mrs. Director General, dear Excellencies, dear Ministers, the delegates of the member states of WOAH, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the regional and international organizations, dear participants, dear Excellencies, it is a great honor and a real pleasure to be with you today in front of you, the prestigious international audience of delegates, to take part in this opening ceremony of the 92nd session, opening ceremony of WOAH in the beautiful city of Paris. And taking this opportunity to address my deep thanks to the Director General of WOAH and show my entire gratitude for giving us the honor to invite or Morocco to this session. I would like to thank all the experts, all the delegates of WOAH, the representatives of international, national, regional organizations, as well as all the participants to this World Assembly. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Kingdom of Morocco is one of the founding member states of this organization since it was created back in 1924. And we've always played a very active role, and we regularly participate in the work of WOAH. Today, more than ever, WOAH has more than 100 years and to serve animal health, animal welfare in the world, thanks to the commitment and the leadership of its members. So I am here to reassert the commitment of Morocco to support the missions of WOAH to achieve its strategic goals and to fully cooperate to international and regional activities that are led by this prestigious organization. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the regional health situation and international health situation for animals is constantly under threat through the emergence of several contagious animal diseases that can actually cross the borders, and some may also have an impact on public health. Indeed, the recent animal diseases that appeared in the Maghreb regions and Mediterranean region and in Europe as well, they do represent serious threats for an animal production, and they have also a major social and economic impact in the livestock areas and in the livelihood of the rural populations that rely on them. So we have to remain cautious and vigilant and guarantee early alerts and prevention in the face of health risk. We have to be able to mobilize quickly to avoid any negative impact on animal production. And Morocco will strive to pursue and reinforce strategies to improve animal health, livestock health in the face of animal diseases, and will pool all the necessary means to achieve this goal. In this framework, we do think that for the cases of emergencies in animal health, which impact goes beyond the borders of one country, the mobilization and support of international organizations such as WOAH and FAO are useful and crucial because they provide support and backup to the countries at stake so that they can efficiently manage and strictly manage such situations that can be rather complex and that may require the deployment of specific strategies and suitable strategies to fight against it. Dear Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, during the general session, your World Assembly of Delegates chose to debate on vaccines and vaccination. That's a major, crucial topic to prevent animal diseases, and I would like to congratulate WOAH for this very appropriate choice. Indeed, we cannot afford to ignore the fact that vaccination is one of the most efficient and safest tools to ensure animal protection against different and various animal diseases. Just for foot and mouth disease, for instance, for PPR, small rodent disease, vaccination is the best means to limit their propagation and have these diseases under control. Still, to make the most of the vaccination, choosing high quality and highly efficient proven efficiency vaccinations with specific rules, that means it's an efficient program for vaccination. So, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I'd like to finish, but I'd like to once again thank the General Director of OMSA, the President of OMSA, as well as all the organizers and speakers, experts and participants for the excellent organization of this general session of the World Assembly of WOAH Delegates, and for all the efforts that have been deployed to improve health and animal welfare in the world. I wish you a very successful event, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your kind words. Because you're a founding state of WOAH and talked about vaccination, and we'll discuss vaccination in the coming days. And now Spanish.
Tengo el honor.
As for the American region, I have the honor to have the representative Rogeno, the Minister of Development for the Republic of Panama. Minister Linares advocates the modernization of the sector with technological progress and efficient productivity in cattle breeding as well as in agricultural production. So let's wish a warm welcome to the Minister, Roberto José Linares Tribaldo. Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be sitting in front of this assembly in the name of the Republic of Panama during this 92nd General Session of WOAH. So I would like to thank you for your invitation and so that I could participate in this high-level multinational forum. And I'd like to thank you for all the work developed by WOAH for animal health and public health and food safety throughout the world. Panama acknowledges the crucial role played by WOAH for the production of solid health systems, and we reassert our commitment towards the cooperation principles in science and solidarity that symbolize the work of this organization. Our country has paved the way for WOAH in order to establish sub-regional representativeness for Central America and the Caribbean, and we are demonstrating that we all agree with WOAH. The choice of our country is based on trust, because Panama can become a host country, and this reinforces our responsibility to build a more resilient health architecture and equal architecture. We defend regional initiatives aligned with the One Health policy. Panama is the ideal platform from a logistic point of view, and also for services that advocate activities for assistance and support, exchange of practices, capacity development in close coordination with countries of Central America and the Caribbean. And since the start, we've always been a social and health barrier for the protection of the central countries and Central America, thanks to our disease, foot and mouth free status without the use of vaccination. And on top of this, we've been working in groups, and we comply with WOAH standards so that Panama can be recognized as a country that is TB-free and bovine encephalitis-free. And in this scenario, the work of OMSA is greater than ever. We are committed to go in this direction, and we thank you for your trust. And we will continue to support WOAH to consolidate this sub-regional representation as a key tool for the development of a region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your kind words.
Stage, Mr. José Manuel Fernandes, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of Portugal. The Minister led a swift response to Portugal's bluetongue outbreak in 2024, including emergency vaccination and enhanced surveillance. He is also an advocate for stronger financial support to help countries in managing animal disease outbreaks, including, especially, producers. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French.
Madam President, Susanna Pump, dear Director General Emmanuel, dear congratulations to our Minister of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty, Annie Geneva, and thank you for all the work and the warm welcome. And I'd like to congratulate all of the people attending here, including in particular the minister. And I would like to congratulate you for the organization and the quality of the discussion that will follow. And I'd like to thank you for your invitation, and I would like to thank you, all the people who worked in the 7 World Health Organizations, World Animal Organization for Animal Health. So we have challenges ahead of us, and we have to be very ambitious to meet them. There is climate change. We've had new diseases emerging, and as I've said it many times before, there is no border, and we have to clearly understand that being proud to be on your own is not the solution. It will never be the right solution. And this means that we need coordination, we need solidarity, we need to make sure that information is shared immediately. And I'd like to congratulate you for asking for more transparency to make sure that information from the country can be quickly released. That's a good way to help each other. And hiding information does not help at all, doesn't help the country, and it does not help the rest of the world. I mean, sharing information is crucial. The first thing that we have to do is to implement prevention. This means that we have to monitor in real time when feasible and with AI, and by taking everything that we have at the world level, the European Union, we may use satellites and Galileo. These are goals that we need to have in mind. After efficient monitoring, we need strong research. And here, the European Union has duties and obligations. We have the largest research program in the world. It's called Horizon Europe, and there must be a part dedicated to this specific goal in the program, and we should ask for it. And then after research, we need an industry for efficient vaccination that we trust, but they have to be available. They need to be accessible, and they need to be available to everybody. And I'm going back to my initial thought. I said there was no border, and because there is no border, it's for the general interest and the interest of everybody in all countries that we make these vaccines available at affordable prices. And this industry is also very important and significant. So I'm asking WOAH to help foster this international cooperation that is based on solidarity. And here I would like to stress the crucial role you played and the role that we all play to achieve this particular goal. And we all know that WOAH will do everything that we need. Portugal, in other areas, like in the fight against antimicrobial resistance, is progressing, and we are available, and we are, but not everybody knows everything. I mean, the best practices then should be shared. And with all this in mind, and because we do know that we need one health, where the human being, the animals, and the ecosystem are crucial and connected and linked, because at the end of the day, we're all connected and linked. So with all this in mind, we can hope for a world with more solidarity, a world that is more fair, where with food safety, where the food on the table is available to everybody at affordable prices, at the right price, in a world, on the planet, on Earth that has limits, but we will keep on fighting to overcome these challenges and to guarantee a world that is more fair, where everybody can be happy to live on this planet. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, pour vos paroles et pour...
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for your kind words and for this very interesting concept of a world with no borders. Muito obrigado.
Mr. Jacek Czerniak, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Republic of Poland. Mr. Czerniak is responsible for food safety, veterinary, rural development, and fisheries in the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. He plays a key role in overseeing veterinary public health, feed quality, hygiene, and the welfare of animals.
Thank you very much, dear Madam President Pombo, dear Madam Director General Suberow, esteemed ministers, highly esteemed delegates to the 92nd General Session of the World Organization for Animal Health. I am extremely pleased to participate in the most important annual event of the World Organization for Animal Health, the 92nd General Session. We brings together representatives of the veterinary services of as many as 183 countries in one place, such a beautiful place. The extraordinary development of the organization, which was founded by 28 countries, I must say, but between others Poland, over 1 year ago, is the evidence of your importance not only in eradication of infectious animal diseases, including those with zoonotic potential, but also in ensuring increasingly safe trade in animals and animal products on all continents. The task of the General Assembly, based on 5 pillars, are of fundamental importance for global animal production, protection of human health from zoonotic diseases, and most important, preservation of biodiversity of the natural environment. Your work to integrate activities with such worldwide institutions as FAO, WHO, United Nations Environmental Programme, the World Customs Organization, and the International Maritime and Civil Aviation Organization is also invaluable. Another great achievement was the establishment of the application of WOAH rules in disputes in the World Trade Organization. Since the beginning of the organization's existence, Poland has actively supported its activity by raising the level of health of animals bred in Poland and developing veterinary services, including modern laboratory infrastructure. Investments undertaken to improve the functioning of Polish veterinary service has reached a total level of 75 million euros in recent years. All these investments are implemented in connection with the dynamic transformation of animal production in Poland. It is worth mentioning here that Poland is the largest poultry producer and one of the largest milk producers in the European Union. Poland, as a member of the EU, but also a part of the global community, is obligated to develop adaptation measures that are intended to maintain high standards of animal health and welfare. This includes the development of early warning tools, surveillance, mathematical models, the production and use of modern vaccines, and as well as IT programs and proactive communication with the societies of our countries. That is why we have successfully undertaken efforts to eradicate diseases such as foot and mouth disease, classical swan fever, BSE, and other in Poland. We conduct active and costly activities to control contemporary animal pandemics such as African swan fever and highly pathogenic avian influenza. At the same time, our motto as a country currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union is Security Europe. Therefore, the Polish presidency supports activities strengthening European security in all its dimensions: external, internal, information, economic, energy, food, and health. And the task of WOAH fit perfectly into this strategy. The climate change and the globalization of the occurrence of infectious animal diseases make it necessary to intensify efforts to ensure health and food security of our societies. This must be associated with, among other things, mutual trust in the competencies of the veterinary services of WOAH members countries and the global dissemination and the recognition of regionalization as conditions for safe trade. Together we can face the upcoming challenges related to the spread of infectious diseases and undefined solution that will contribute to the sustainable development and agriculture and animal protection. International cooperation crucial to effective eradication or control of animal diseases that know no borders. Therefore, I invite all participants to actively engage discussions and create standards leading to the achievement of ambitious goals. I am convinced that our joint efforts will bring tangible benefits to animal health worldwide. Together, we can create a future in which animals are healthy and agriculture is sustainable and productive. I wish you fruitful deliberation and inspiring discussions. May our work bring positive changes for animal health and human well-being around the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Dziękuję. Thank you, Mr. Secretary of State, for your warm remarks. And now we move to one of WOAH's partners, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, who we enjoy a strong collaboration with by aligning efforts and pooling resources to improve animal health and to safeguard food security around the world. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Tana Tiensen, Assistant Director General, Director of the Animal Production and Health Division, and Chief Veterinarian of FAO. Assistant Director General, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam Director General of World Organization of Animal Health, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the General Session of the World Organization of Animal Health on behalf of Dr. Xu Dongxu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and on my own behalf. This year marks the FAO 80th anniversary, a moment to reflect on our founding visions, the world free from hunger, where sustainable agri-food systems support livelihoods, health, and resilience. Animal production systems provide food and incomes for billions and drive rural development and economies. But transboundary animal disease and emerging threats are placing immense pressures on animal health systems. from highly pathogenic avian influenza and African swine fevers to the re-emergence of new world screwworm and new strain of foot and mouth disease and other diseases. These threats are global, growing, and interconnected. That's why FAO and WOAH work closely together. Our joint platform, the Global Framework for the Progressive Control for Transboundary Animal Disease, GFTAD, and the quadripartite collaboration enable rapid response and long-term resilience. With the recent launch of the Sustainable Livestock Transformations and the One Health in Agri-Food System framework, FAO is working closely with the member nations to develop the global plan of action for sustainable livestock transformation. FAO, we are also co-implementing pandemic fund projects in 44 countries around the world to strengthen early detections, laboratory capacities, and respond to zoonotic diseases and AMR at source. We urge delegates and CVO in eligible countries to champion strong animal health components in your national proposal for this year. FAO continue to support countries in transforming livestock productions and animal health system through the Technical Cooperation Program and also the FAO investment centers and other fundings like pandemic funds and others. We serve not just a finance tools, but also a catalyst for real investment in prevention, resilience, and global animal health security. We welcome WOAH General Sessions focus on vaccines. Safe and efficient vaccines are essential to protect animal and public health, reduce antimicrobial use, and building long-term resilience for animal production system. Last year, FAO also convened the Global Conference on Animal Health Innovation, Vaccine and Reference Centers, underscoring the critical role of innovations and partnership in strengthening global animal health security. In addition, FAO helped countries deliver over 100 million doses each year in vulnerable areas and disease hotspots. Now we are supporting countries to produce high-quality vaccine locally, building self-alliance and stronger national system. One of the most urgent and promising opportunities we face is the global eradication of Pes de Pastis ruminal PPR. This is more than a technical goal. It is our shared commitment for today and tomorrow that we need to do together. FAO is also driving practical solutions on the ground, from the Renofarm initiative, reducing the need for antimicrobials for sustainable agri-food system, which help farmers and also reduce the antimicrobial need, to the in-farm platform, the international FAO antimicrobial resistant monitoring system, which turns surveillance data into targeted actions. Ladies and gentlemen, no single countries and organizations can tackle these threats alone, but together, with trust, partnership, and purpose, we can make it happen. Our greatest challenge today and tomorrow is feeding the world with 88 billion today and 10 billion by 2050. We are working to transform our agri-food system and livestock system to deliver better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Following last year's celebration of the International Year of Camelid, even though my colleagues were the products from Africa. We look ahead for the 2026 International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralists, demonstrating our continued commitment to keeping animal production, animal health high on the global agenda. In September this year in Rome, we invite you to join us for the FAO Global Conference on Sustainable Livestock Transformations, followed by the Global Forum for Animal Feed and Feed Regulators. Together, we will shape the futures of livestock productions. Let us act boldly and together toward a healthier and more sustainable world. Thank you. Merci. Shukran. Gracias. Sisia. Spasibo.
Thank you, Assistant Director General, for the strong collaboration and the alignment between our organizations. I am pleased to introduce now Mr. Moses Vilakati, African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment. His appointment reflects the strong commitment to agricultural development, sustainability, and economic transformation across the whole African continent. As Commissioner, Mr. Vilakati plays a key role in advancing food security, climate resilience, and strategic partnerships to align national and regional efforts within the African Union's goal. We will listen to his video.
Honorable officials, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners and guests, it is my great honor, on behalf of the African Union Commission, to address you all in the 92nd General Assembly of the World Assembly of Delegates. I take this opportunity to congratulate the President and the Director General of WOAH for convening the Assembly and for extending an invitation to AUC. As the African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, I stand proud of AU long-standing collaboration with WOAH, which was formally established as OIE, especially as exemplified through our specialized technical offices of AU EBA and AU PANVAC. Since the commencement of our partnership, we have achieved remarkable milestones, which include the improvement of veterinary governance and most notably the eradication of rinderpest, an effort which was supported by the European Union that served Africa's vast resources and livestock wealth, fueling economic growth and improving livelihoods continent-wide. This success inspires us to aim even higher. In solidarity with the global community, Africa has set a new ambitious goal, which is the eradication of PPR by 2030, guided by the Pan-African Strategy for Control and Eradication of PPR, which was developed since 2015. The first phase of the project, supported by the EU and led by AU IBA, has been launched and is being implemented in partnership with AU PANVAC, WOAH, as well as FAO. This initiative exemplifies our collective commitment and shared responsibility to eliminate a disease that threatens the livelihoods of millions of smallholders as well as pastoralists. The objective is enshrined in the recent AU approval of the 10-year CADIP strategy and action plan, as well as the Kampala Declaration on building resilient and sustainable agri-food systems in Africa, where PPR eradication is prioritized by the heads of the African Union member states, emphasizing livestock as a key pillar for Africa's sustainable development. We are actively mobilizing resources, complemented by the strong partnerships with the AU and our global partners to sustain our progress against PPR and other transboundary animal diseases, including aquatic animal diseases that impact food security and livelihoods. To realize these goals, we understand that success hinges on innovation and partnerships. Africa must transform animal health services and enhance vaccine production, investing in modern, cost-effective manufacturing facilities, and amplify public-private partnerships that are crucial for building resilient veterinary services delivery. Strengthening the partnerships will ensure our producers' needs are met and our resources are utilized efficiently and effectively for the prosperity of the African people. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here, let us reaffirm our unwavering dedication to transforming the animal and the One Health systems. Let us recognize that eradication of PPR is not merely a technical objective. It is a symbol of our collective ability to overcome barriers through solidarity, science, and shared responsibility. The African Union is committed and ready to achieve, through innovation, partnerships, collaboration, and shared vision, a secured and a healthier and more prosperous future for all humanity. I thank you.
We thank Mr. Vilikati for his insightful message and his leadership at the continental level. And I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Oliver Vahi, European Union Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare. The Commissioner is leading efforts to diversify supply chains, strengthen access to cutting-edge treatments, and enhance the competitiveness, resilience, and security of health systems across the EU. He's also a strong advocate for the One Health approach. Now, the Commissioner could not join us in person today. He's recorded a special message for the World Assembly. Let's have a listen.
Dear President Pombo, Director General Souberan, distinguished delegates, it is a privilege to address the 92nd General Session of the World Organization for Animal Health. This is an opportunity to reflect on shared achievements, but also emerging challenges. We have been tested by recent foot and mouth disease outbreaks in some European countries. This reminds us that no country is immune to this disease. In January, Germany experienced an outbreak, now eradicated. German authorities took swift action and followed the WOAH mechanisms for reinstatement of the official status, foot and mouth disease free where vaccination is not practiced. The foot and mouth disease outbreaks in Hungary and Slovakia show we cannot lower our guard. The EU is determined to maintain a robust animal health system that enables safe trade to continue. We also cannot neglect avian influenza, affecting many countries worldwide. These events underline the importance of immediate control measures, strategic use of vaccination, and antigen and vaccine banks. Regionalization, biosecurity, and surveillance are the foundation of our disease control and prevention strategy, enabling early detection, rapid response, and resilience. Vaccination is a key complementary tool to these measures in the control and eradication of animal diseases. This year's Animal Health Forum on Vaccines and Vaccination is timely. We must keep investing in vaccine deployment, supporting regulatory frameworks enabling safe trade, and encouraging all member countries to recognize WOAH standards to avoid unjustified trade restrictions. The European Union is committed to the World Organization on Animal Health. We support WOAH's global mandate, your international standards, and your work on disease transparency. We look forward to continuing our cooperation within the One Health framework. Let me conclude by thanking Dr. Souberan for demonstrating strong leadership through a challenging period. The European Union will continue to work closely with WOAH and its members. Let us together build a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future.
We thank the Commissioner for his warm remarks. And I have the honour of introducing Inga Anderson, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. The Executive Director is a long-standing friend of WOAH and was instrumental in setting up the quadripartite collaboration for One Health with WHO, FAO and WOAH, and UNEP joining as an equal partner. Now, the Executive Director was unable to join us in person today, but she's recorded a special video message for us, so let's have a listen.
My thanks for the invitation to address the 92nd General Assembly of the World Organization for Animal Health, or WOAH. We at UNEP greatly appreciate WOAH's efforts to prevent and to combat health risk and to support the development of a robust standard for the veterinary sector. These efforts make WOAH a crucial partner to us at UNEP and to many others, of course, as together we push against that triple planetary crisis, the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. Through the One Health partnership amongst UNEP, WOAH, WHO, and FAO, we recognize that the health of people, health of animals, and health of ecosystems are completely interconnected. And of course, this is fundamental to the economic health of our planet and our societies. Other initiatives like Nature for Health, which uses nature-based solutions to tackle the root causes of zoonotic diseases, demonstrate how closely UNEP and WOAH's work dovetails. And our complementary mandates allow us to bridge sectors and jointly tackle complex challenges. Together, we are also implementing the One Health Joint Action Plan, and we are, of course, delighted to support the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health, which was adopted at the CBD COP16. And with the adoption of the Political Declaration of Antimicrobial Resistance at the United Nations General Assembly last year, we have a strong political momentum on the AMR front. We're also really pleased to see the integration of preventative One Health language in the draft pandemic agreement. Much of this progress was facilitated by WOAH's leadership as chair of the One Health Quadripartite Secretariat over the last year. So my deep thanks. Now we have to redouble our efforts. Shifting political priorities have made it more difficult to sustain momentum on the integrated health approaches. Yet, the risks to global health remains as strong as ever, from disease outbreaks to ecological degradation. So we must all champion investments in and integration of the One Health approach and improve our work across sectors. I very much look forward to continuing this collaboration so that together we can serve for a more healthy and sustainable planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, for sending this video and for your inspiring remarks. And now, French again, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter à Madame Annie Geneva.
Now, the Mrs. Annie Geneva, Minister for Agriculture and Food Sovereignty for the French Republic. She has an outstanding journey within French politics, and she came to take up high responsibilities today. And it's a great pride for us to close this session with you, Mrs. Minister, a woman who once again is representing our host country. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Mrs. President, Mrs. General Director, dear Emmanuel Souberan, dear ministers, dear representatives from regional, international organizations, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you here in Paris on behalf of the French government. And I do this and you're here for the 92nd General Session of WOAH. France takes pride in hosting such a beautiful intergovernment organization which celebrated its 100th anniversary last year, and that plays such a crucial role in the full field of animal health. I want to pay tribute to the role played by WOAH and its members in fostering the control of animal diseases. You have a perspective of global health, One Health, through a holistic approach, and WOAH takes into account the fact that animal health is closely connected to human health and to the health of ecosystems, so as to better anticipate things and to better manage the risks. The topic of the forum for this general session, Vaccines and Vaccinations from Science to Action, is totally relevant for me. Vaccination is for France, but also for many other countries. Vaccination is a strategic tool to control animal diseases. It allows protecting the health of animals. It allows maintaining trade, to contain economic losses, but also to meet the growing demands of our fellow citizens, for whom animal protection and the reduction of massive culling has become a major concern. Now, from a global health perspective, vaccination also helps reducing the use of antimicrobials in farms, hence fighting against antimicrobial resistance. And this is why we have because we have to protect our treatment options. Over the last few years, France was faced with major health crises. We had avian influenza that struck many of our poultry farms. We had blue tongue and various diseases in cattle farms, and this was a disaster for farmers. You have all seen how desperate farmers are when they have to cull their entire herd or flock, and it put a lot of stress on laboratories and on the official veterinary services. But it showed that we had to diversify our tools in order to better anticipate upcoming crises. Faced with these episodes, France decided to make a move in October 2023. And this is when we started vaccinating ducks on our farms, because the species was pretty sensitive to the disease. And this campaign was based on a rigorous scientific expertise, based on constant dialogue with the stakeholders, and with a close cooperation with the vet services. And of course, there was a huge financial investment from the state and then from the industry. This campaign demonstrated that when it's well prepared, vaccination can be deployed at a large level, on a large scale, in an efficient and proportionate way. As soon as 2024, we saw the positive impact of vaccination to limit the circulation of the virus in the most exposed area. So we moved from a few hundreds of outbreaks to just 10. And these very favorable conditions allowed France to recover its disease-free status in February 2025. So this experience is quite important and taught us a lot on many fronts, logistics, regulatory, etc. And we're quite willing to share this expertise with other WOAH members. But we also know that vaccination can play a role only if it fits within an adapted and shared international framework. Too often, those countries that decide to opt for vaccination expose themselves to trade restrictions or to regulatory uncertainties. And this can make authorities reluctant to using this tool, which is still essential in order to prevent animal disease or to stem their dissemination. So that's why we call for this forum in 2025 to be focusing on better acceptance of vaccination based on science, transparency, and mutual trust. We have to work together and avoid unjustified trade barriers in ensuring traceability and the monitoring of vaccinated animals, and in strengthening mutual recognition of health guarantees provided by the vaccination strategies. Through its standards and its expertise, and thanks to its role as a coordinator, WOAH also has a key role to play. And this is why I'd like to pay tribute to the work you've already initiated in the field, especially when you work on requirements after a vaccination campaign, or what you all know under the name of DIVA. I also want to mention another crucial challenge, which is fair access to vaccines. Too many countries face difficulties in getting doses in cases of emergency, and that's the case of France for certain diseases, or to mobilize the required resources for large-scale vaccination campaigns. And that's why France wants to promote the setting up of regional vaccine banks or antigen banks, as it already exists for certain priority diseases. Such systems would help us speed up our reaction in case of crisis, would help us pool our resources and strengthen solidarity between WOAH member states and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to say that vaccination can't be the miracle solution that can be used in any solutions. But in any case, it's part of the responses at a time when health threats are multiplying and spreading beyond our borders. This comes as in addition to biosecurity, in addition to surveillance, to reasoned culling, and to the training of the different stakeholders. But it means we need to have a paradigm shift. We need to better prevent and to have prevention measures that can be better accepted by society. I wish the works of this 92nd General Session of your organization allow us to make headways together. And I know that France will play its role, because we know that international cooperation based on science and solidarity remain our best asset in the face of upcoming crises. I wish you excellent work, and I thank you for your attention.
Allez.
À toi, ça te touche.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister, for your very interesting remarks. We'd like to thank you for your participation and your contribution.
Appreciation to all the high-level authorities present today. To the ministers who have taken the floor, your statements have not only enriched our conversations, but also reaffirmed the importance of strong political will, as well as international cooperation in addressing challenges that we all collectively face. And to all the dignitaries that honor today with their presence, Botswana, Ecuador, France, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Morocco, Panama, Portugal, Côte d'Ivoire, Spain, Kenya, Mauritania, Kazakhstan, Eswatini, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, who honors us today with their presence. Your presentation and participation send a really powerful message of commitment and solidarity, and it enforces the central role of animal health in the global agenda. We will now take a short break. The program will resume promptly at 4:30. We are a bit late on time, but we are keeping it, with the opening of the Animal Health Forum under the theme of Veterinary Vaccines and Vaccination, from Science to Action, Reflection for a Change. But first, Dan has some housekeeping for you all.
Thank you, Mariana. Before we pause for a break, a quick but very important reminder. WOAH is committed to ensuring a safe, respectful environment for everyone, free from any form of discrimination or inappropriate behaviour. This includes all WOAH events, including the General Session. We operate a zero-tolerance policy for any kind of harassment. If you experience or witness any form of harassment, you can go directly to room 202, where a member of our team can support you. That is room 202. All reports will be taken seriously and handled with the utmost care and discretion. You can find more information about this on the General Session webpage. Let's continue to make this event a warm, welcoming and professional environment for everyone. And lastly, thank you to all of you for joining this session. Please do get yourself a refreshment and come back at 4:30 p.m. where we'll start the Animal Health Forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We will now start our next session. Thank you. Dog-mediated rabies continues to cause around 59,000 human deaths each year, mostly in children, despite being preventable through animal vaccination.
In the past 20 years, high pathogenicity avian influenza has led to the death and mass slaughter of over 633 million of poultry, threatening food security, economies, and being a potential pandemic threat. Avian influenza vaccination, implemented already in some countries, is showing promising effectiveness in the practice.
Peste de petit ruminant, PPR, threatens 80% of the world's sheep and goats, endangering the livelihoods of over 300 million rural families.
The implementation of vaccination programs in the aquaculture industry reduced antimicrobial use in salmon and rainbow trout from 50 tons in 1987 to 300 kilograms today, while the production increased in 3,300% over the same period.
Now, these numbers speak for themselves. They are not just statistics. They represent lives, livelihoods, and the urgent need for action. Today, vaccines remain one of the most powerful tools in our arsenal against infectious diseases. But their availability, their access, and their use are not always straightforward, and vaccines are also not used to their full potential.
There is a need, as we have heard from our ministers, a need to explore how to better integrate vaccination in our disease control strategies, which should remain science-based, economically viable, and environmentally friendly, while avoiding any unnecessarily trade restrictions. So with this, now we officially open the Animal Health Forum entitled Veterinary Vaccines and Vaccination, From Science to Action, Reflections for a Change. Let's begin with a scenario that might feel familiar for some of you.
Good afternoon. We have breaking news here where a severe animal disease outbreak is escalating, threatening food security and international trade. The outbreak has spread rapidly, leaving authorities scrambling for a solution. Farmers are worried, livestock producers are demanding swift action, but what course? Mass vaccination? We are going to join the Chief Veterinary Officer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, what is the situation? How are authorities responding?
Well, we are facing an extremely delicate situation here. We have been implementing several measures, from strict movement restrictions, also surveillance for early detection, and many efforts to stamp out all the affected farms. But all these measures have not been sufficient, as we can see that the disease is spreading quickly among our livestock population. And we are already starting to see the economic effects of this situation. Many producers are facing devastating losses. And of course, no one is happy with our outbreak response because, unfortunately, it includes the depopulation of the affected animals. But the good news is that we are working together with our experts and we are analyzing all the different options to make the best decision. But yes, we are facing some tough decisions here.
In the last few years, the livestock sector has also been impacted by a vector-borne disease. Treatment via antimicrobials is no longer sustainable due to AMR, but the introduction of vaccination was a very good decision. So what possible courses of action do we have going forward, and what factors should we be taking into consideration?
Well, the truth is that there are several strategies. Our contingency plan includes the possibility to introduce vaccination to the other eradication and control measures. And this is something that could help to stop the disease, but it's not an easy task. It is difficult to implement, it is also costly, and it may affect the international trade. Then we also have other challenges that we need to face. First, we need to have vaccines that comply with WOAH international standards on quality. Then these vaccines need to be effective to the specific agent of this disease. And then we also need the sufficient workforce to vaccinate the population and the affected farms. Also, vaccine production takes time, and we need good forecasting to ensure a sufficient supply. Imagine having to distribute all these vaccines to all the affected areas, including all the rural sectors. That also poses many logistical difficulties. And finally, we also need to analyze a lot of epidemiological data in order to determine the affected farms and the affected population to target.
Some farmers say that vaccination is the only way forward, but others fear that it could result in trade bans. So how do you weigh these concerns?
That's the dilemma. If we vaccinate, we will be protecting animal health and welfare, but at the same time, we could be receiving restrictions from our trading partners. If we don't vaccinate, then the disease could spread to the whole population. And of course, we also need to consider how farmers perceive vaccination. You know how misinformation can hinder acceptance.
So at this moment, what is your priority? What is next?
Well, vaccination is currently on the decision table. We are working together with vaccine manufacturers, with farmers associations, with our Ministry of Finance to make a consensual decision here. So at this moment, we are also gathering data, consulting with international experts to design the next phase of our control plan. But this decision must be taken very seriously, and we should not rush, because the consequences are far-reaching.
For now, the debate continues. And the choices made today will shape the future of our livestock industry, our economy, and our health. Stay with us for updates.
And there you've heard the situation in Noroland. Our fictional WOAH member with the Chief Veterinary Officer was facing a difficult decision of whether or not to vaccinate in response to the disease outbreak. And this mirrors the reality faced by many of you in the room today. How do we balance science, resources, livelihoods, trade, and importantly, the trust of our stakeholders?
Y para abrir este foro, pasamos al español. Para comenzar.
To start with this forum, to me it's a great honor to invite Dr. Gregorio Torres, the head of the Science Department of WOAH. Please allow me to say a few words. Dr. Torres was one of the main founders of this forum through his leadership, his creativity and his vision and his deep understanding of the international challenges. He allowed to create this space. So a big round of applause for Dr. Torres. Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank you, Dan, for this introduction, and you're welcome.
First high-level panel discussion of this year Animal Health Forum. I'm very certain many of you, many of us have been reflecting on what we have seen in the video. As we face evolving disease threats and increasing demands on animal health systems, vaccination remains a cornerstone of sustainable disease control strategies. During the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to zoom in to explore some of the strategic challenges associated to vaccination. And as the title of this forum indicates, this is the moment to reflect. We want to reflect to change. Today's first high panel discussion is going to be focused on vaccination decision. We know it will have good consequences, but we also know there is undesired consequences. As we have seen in the video, the decision to vaccinate or not to vaccinate is complex. It could have implications for trade. It requires public and private collaboration and could have socioeconomic consequences. Understanding all of this is key to ensure that the correct decision is made. To better understand the decision-making process, we are very honored today to be joined by respected ministers and senior experts who will share their national and regional experience, the challenge, and very importantly, their forward-looking vision. But let's try to begin by welcoming our panelists. And it is my pleasure to invite to the stage His Excellencies, Minister Luis Planas, Minister of Agriculture and Fishery and Food of Spain. Thank you, Minister, for joining the panel. Please join me in welcome Dr. Huyan Salih, Director of the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. Minister. Señor Ministro. The third panelist, I got the pleasure to invite to the stage Minister Senator Mutahi Kagwe, the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture and Livestock Development from Kenya. À Monsieur le Ministre Sidi Temoko Touré, le Ministère des Ressources Animaux Halieutiques de la République de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Ministry of Animal and Fisheries Resources for Ivory Coast.
Accepting the invitation. And allow me to start exploring the Spanish experience in using or not using vaccine to tackle some of the more recent animal health events experienced by Spain, but also by so many other countries, including countries from the European Union. And of course, you are going to allow me to speak in Spanish to the Minister. Señor Ministro Planas, un gusto tenerlo con nosotros.
So, dear Minister, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. The livestock breeding sector plays a crucial role in the economy of Spain. On top of its significance for trade, Spain is a great importer and exporter of animal produce. The first question, to how far is vaccination essential to preserve the productivity and the health of the Spanish livestock? And to what extent do you think vaccination can safeguard this trade in a sustainable and reliable way? Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for the invitation from WOAH to take part in this panel with my counterparts, Mrs. Minister and the other ministers, to address this specific topic of vaccination. To us, it is absolutely indispensable, and for a long time, Spain has taken the decision to systematically introduce vaccination, except for situations where it was considered that there were more efficient alternative means to eradicate a disease. To be brief, first of all, in terms of production, we need to vaccinate, and vaccination enables us to gain more room for maneuver in terms of animal health, and in some cases, it allows to eradicate, for instance, swine flu that was eradicated in 2011 following the works performed in this regard. In terms of human health, this situation is quite comparable to the eradication of viral pox. So what's at stake? Smallpox. Economic losses are at stake. There are problems of animal health, diseases that may start propagating, and as a result, the solution is to make a decision. Of course, we have to make a decision. In this video, we noted some cost-related problems, and and problems regarding the dialogues and interactions with farmers' associations, and problems that are related to international trade. And the role of WOAH is absolutely crucial here, because if on top of advice, we also have to have a clear position here, and WOAH can be really helpful to avoid any sort of conflicting situations. So my conclusion is very clear. You have to analyze every situation and look at the solutions on the table. But in any case, it's very important that you make a decision. And we've talked a lot about vaccines throughout the forum, but on top of vaccines, of course, first of all, you have to make a decision that is not easy to make. So you have to invest in development and research, and we did so. And then you have to manufacture and produce the vaccines and make sure you use them in a suitable manner. We're far from being perfect in this interconnected world. No one can avoid problems if a neighboring country has these problems. But still, I would like to stress the role of WOAH. We have to be coordinated through our actions, and when we think about the outcome on international trade, because this very high status that we have for safety, animal health safety, allows us to be great exporters for living animals or for animal produce. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for stressing the role of WOAH and its support to all the member countries. In Spain, you have quite a large experience. Can you explain how Spain eventually made decisions to vaccine the livestock, to vaccine? So as far as I can remember, there were 3 different situations. For the blue tongue disease, it's been more than 20 years that we imposed a mandatory vaccination, but we have to be realistic when it comes to managing this. We have serotype 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 that spread in our country, and especially serotype 3, for which there is absolutely no vaccine, and we had to work really hard in order to obtain it. And we do have vaccines, and thanks to the industry's production, we have now enough doses and jabs. But now we have a problem. How can you tell a farmer that they need to inject 4 different jabs? Especially, we have to work in this direction, and we are now working on a sort of size-fits-all vaccine. So switching also from mandatory vaccination to voluntary vaccination because of this second example, hemorrhagic fever. So we started to see the emergence of those diseases in France, Portugal, and Spain back in 2022. And we strive to develop development and research, and we're in the industry. And in July 2024, we managed to develop a vaccine that is now available. So now I'm switching to the other side. When you don't make any decision, well, for bovine smallpox and caprine smallpox, we've made a comprehensive analysis of the situation for goat smallpox also. So we analyzed all the different types of livestock, and we proceeded with stamping out, because this mechanism was less costly and actually more efficient to avoid disease propagation. But I'm saying it clearly that there's been a general orientation, but we also need to analyze on a case-by-case basis to find out whether slaughtering could actually be a more efficient mechanism. I have millions of examples. We're running out of time. Thank you, Minister Plenas. You've clearly described it. You've described how complex it is to make a decision. And now let me hand over to the other minister, the minister, Dr. Sally. I will hand over to her. I will speak English now.
Dr. Sally, welcome to this panel. And you are a veterinarian epidemiologist. If I'm not wrong, you are the first female director of African Union IBAR. So again, we are seeing this chain. Thank you. But more importantly, you've been the driving force of the animal health strategy for Africa, but also championed the One Health approach. I would like to build in all the challenges Minister Planas has already mentioned, quite a few of them, and opportunities as well. And the first question is about the animal health strategy for Africa, which is a strategy that guides the development and the sustainable and resilient animal health system across the entire continent. And we know vaccination plays a very important role. But I would like you, if it's possible, to elaborate a bit more what is the role of the vaccine and vaccination in the implementation of the African Union health strategy, and of course, what could be the expected consequences and the undesired consequences of the vaccination. Over to you, Dr. Sally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to reflect on the animal health strategy for Africa. Of course, vaccine and vaccination will play an indispensable role in implementing this strategy. And as you said, vaccine and vaccination is one of the tools for disease prevention, control, and eradication. And having identified priority animal diseases for the continent, we are working in collaboration with our global partners, FAO and the World Organization for Animal Health under the Global Framework for TATS Control. We have identified many priority animal diseases, and we are implementing the strategy according to those priorities. Having the vaccine produced in Africa is one of our main targets and goals to support the capacities for the vaccine producing facilities in the continent. We have together implement huge and mass vaccination campaigns to eradicate the rinderpest. And now we are building on these experiences to ensure that high-quality vaccines in Africa are produced, and we are privileged in the African Union to have the African Union Pan-African Vaccination Center, AU PANVAC, who is responsible to ensure the quality of all the vaccines used in the continent. We are prioritizing the eradication of PPR, the dog-mediated rabies, and the AU IBAR role in that is to come up with the continental strategies. We have the Pan-African program for controlling and eradicating PPR. We have agreed with our GFTAD partners that we are responsible of developing the different continental frameworks and strategies, which include preparing the vaccination strategy for the PPR under the ongoing project for EU support to the eradication of PPR. But vaccination alone will not do the role if we are not confirming that the other measures are in place, controlling the movement of the animals, having a good coordination structure within the continent. And we are lucky at the African Union, we are working with the regional economic communities who are practicing the coordination among the different regions of Africa. But widespread of vaccines without ensuring the high quality will be a threat. Not having the infrastructure for the supply chain, for the cold chain, is also one of the biggest challenges that we are experiencing in the continent. So we need to support the capacities and, on the top, the workforce in the veterinary delivery. And to do that, we need to ensure that we have a public-private partnership in place. Last year, we have launched within the WOAH Veterinary Workforce Conference for Africa, we have launched the African Forum for PPPs, for veterinary domain, and we are having lots of hopes that this forum will facilitate dialogue and partnership and collaboration between public and private sector to achieve the vaccination goals for the continent. Other than that, we are also looking into, as I said, the quality of the vaccine and implementing vaccination not only in response to outbreaks when it started, but for preventive approach. And this will help us a lot to address different problems. Among them is the antimicrobial resistance. And this is one of the risks that we are facing in Africa, and vaccination and vaccine is one of the solutions for this problem. So to conclude in this question, I will say to avoid all these challenges and undesired consequences, we need to plan well for the vaccination, ensure that the coordination between the regions within Africa is in place, and also enhance the collaboration with the different regions, because livestock are moving freely across the globe, and we need to ensure global health security through these vaccination programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salih. I think you mentioned quite a few of the challenges and opportunities we are going to discuss also tomorrow and the day after from the more technical part, for more this perspective. And it's very clear that vaccine access is a key element. We do need to get access wherever is needed and not only wherever are affordable. But I would like you to further explore a bit more how the African Union is supporting the continent, the countries a little bit, how they are helping them to overcome this challenge to ensure that the vaccine distribution are equitable across the country. Can you elaborate a bit more about that, Dr. Salih? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. Through AU-IPAR, the African Union is working on building lots of collaboration and partnership with the different organizations. As we have said before and mentioned through the opening session, there is no one single organization or even a region can do it alone. And for that, AU-IPAR has built a collaboration. There is a historical collaboration with the World Organization for Animal Health, of course. We have collaboration with FAO. We are also bringing the research. We have collaboration with the International Livestock Research Institute and also with non-profit companies such as GalvMed. We need to make sure that all the technologies will be embedded in the African vaccine-producing facilities, because our commissioner has set for his first 100 days plan 3 priorities. The first one is to ensure Africa is food and nutrition secured. The second one is to contribute through the agriculture, including livestock, to the economic growth of Africa and ensure self-reliant Africa in addressing the different challenges and employing of youth. And to do that, we are, as I said, we are setting the frameworks for implementing this. And through the collaboration with the different partners, we are aiming to support the capacities for the vaccine production, the veterinary services to be in place, and to make it easier through our collaborative sister organization, AU-PAMVAC. High-quality vaccines are in place. There is a harmonization for the regulatory of vaccine registration across Africa, and this will give more accessibility to the vaccines in the continent and foster the collaboration between the different regions in the continent. This is very important for us to also establish African centers of excellence that will be providing the capacity building in Africa to the different regions and foster the twinning programs between the high-quality reference centers across the globe with Africa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salih. And let's try to explore a bit more from the country perspective. And for that, I would like to invite Minister Mutahi Kagwe, which is the Minister of Agriculture from Kenya. Mr. Kagwe, you've been the former Minister of Health in Kenya, and you are well known in your country and elsewhere for successfully leading the campaign and response to COVID-19, where access to vaccine and vaccination was key for the success. I would like to explore a bit more your experience in leading vaccination campaign in your country, but of course this time from the animal health perspective. But still the One Health approach needs to be very present here. We hear that Kenya has launched this very ambitious but very necessary plan to vaccinate over 70 million livestock in 2025 against PPR and FMD. I would like to ask you to share with us the decision-making process behind this ambitious campaign. and what has been the element that informed your decision? Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon all. First and foremost, let me say thank you for the invitation and recognize the very able organization of the President and the DG for this meeting. Having said that, I think the issue of vaccination, whether it is human vaccination or whether it is animal vaccination, must be taken as equal. We must appreciate that vaccinating animals is just as important as vaccinating people, because not vaccinating animals affects livelihoods of people in a very deep manner in certain parts of the world. The second thing is that we have just seen on this video about depopulating animals because they have got a disease. Because animals have got foot and mouth disease, we go and depopulate. In other words, we kill them. Now, people get diseases too. I have never heard that because a certain population of people have got a certain disease, let us depopulate them instead of vaccinating. In other words, we are not giving sufficient research resources. Instead of depopulating them, we should be talking about vaccinating them. And vaccinating them in response to science, in response to research that allows us to do that instead of depopulating. Depopulation, and we have seen it in our country, where FMD has killed a lot of animals, we have to then restock these animals. Restocking is very expensive for us. So that is what was the beginning of the discussion and what informed the idea that, A, we want to be declared disease-free, because that means that we don't have to depopulate and we don't have to restock those animals, and we don't have to use the money to do so. And when we did a cost-benefit analysis, it became very clear to us that vaccination is more effective cost-wise than it is to replace those animals or depopulate them. Thirdly, Kenya is lucky because we make our own vaccines, and we export vaccines to about 12 countries in the region and make about 13 different kinds of vaccines. So in terms of the source of the vaccine, we didn't have that particular challenge because we have got the vaccines. But importantly also is the quality of the vaccines that we have, because they are effective enough to do so. So because we have the vaccines, because we know the cost of not vaccinating, we decided to proceed and make it happen. And we are making it happen.
Thank you very much for this insight. And I'm so glad we don't need to depopulate people, no? At least the veterinary services. But it's a very good point, and I think we have already mentioned that vaccines is not the ultimate solution. We say it's not the silver bullet, but we need to accompany with other measures. And I would like to explore a bit more, and you mentioned that we need to vaccinate animals, but there is a big debate in your country about voluntary vaccination versus obligatory vaccination. Could you please walk us through this process and how the decision is being made in your country on that? Thank you.
I think it is important for us to appreciate the following. We have to appreciate that simply because we are veterinarians and we have got vaccines for animals does not divorce us from politics, and it does not divorce us from propaganda across the world. And for those of you who followed the debate in Kenya, we were told that the vaccines that we were using in Kenya by our own politicians and other international do-gooders is that our vaccines were essentially given by Bill Gates, poor Bill Gates, no pun intended, that it is Bill Gates who wanted us to use these vaccines to depopulate the cattle population in the world, etc., and they were going to, and once we vaccinate them, you know, they are not going to spoil the air and ecologically save the world because if we vaccinate. So this is all politics. And one of the key things that we appreciated at the time is that communication to the stakeholders. If you want to have a successful vaccination campaign, then communication becomes a key part of the exercise. Now, I know this doesn't come very naturally to veterinary officers and veterinary people and veterinary personnel, but it is key to the success of a successful vaccination campaign. And that happened to me. But then again, I was lucky because I had heard the same story when I was Minister for Health. I had heard the same story come about the vaccinations, the vaccines that we were using were essentially supposed to depopulate some people. On the contrary, we were trying to save lives, not to depopulate people. So I think the realization that you are not divorced from political propaganda, you are not divorced from what would be, you know, all sorts of input, propaganda input into the vaccination campaigns can also affect very seriously. Because there are some people still in Kenya who we are debating with on this issue as we speak. But the beauty of it is once the communication is thorough and once the communication is effective, it begins to be a demand issue rather than a supply issue.
Thank you very much. What a topic, huh? Disinformation, misinformation. We are going to talk about that, I think it's on tomorrow afternoon, so stay tuned. And you make my job very easy, because we got the Minister of Agriculture from the Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm going to try to speak in French, and you're going to forgive me for the accent. Je sais que vous me faire les
So you're going to make my job very easy because Minister Touré, you contribute a unique perspective to this discussion because you're an expert in agriculture and in animal resources, but also in communication and public policies. You used to be the Minister for Communication in your country, and you're an expert in communication. So we can continue with the discussion that Minister Kagwe initiated. Côte d'Ivoire made huge progress in strengthening its animal health systems. So along with you, I'd like to talk about how vaccination decisions are made to have an impact on the economic and social realities in your country. So Mr. Minister, when you decide to go for vaccination, how do you assess the consequences for farmers, but also for rural communities? Can you tell us about the societal aspects of all this? Thank you so much. So yeah, you're right. I'm not a vet. Shame on me. But I am an engineer. And when I was offered an opportunity to become Minister for Agriculture, Animal and Fisheries Resources, I found lots of vets, highly competent, but they can't communicate. Sorry for that, guys, but you can't communicate. And that was a big issue. And despite the huge work that these experts do on a daily basis to save animal and human lives, we were not having the intended impact, and we were not heard by the political leaders. So to me, it was a challenge to give visibility so that these challenges could be taken into account at the highest level in the government, because communicating is defining a target and is defining a channel in order to disseminate this information. And when you decide to go for vaccination, once again, I'm going to talk about our experience in the Ivory Coast, but we decided to first have social studies and anthropological studies so that you can go beyond the standard communication issues. Because if we fail in communication, we will fail on many things. And among those things, there will be a kind of the sparkle that will start the rumor and will make your vaccination campaign fail. You know, in a village, you may have an imam, a doctor, a village chief, who might find a detail because, for instance, he was not the first one informed. And if you do that, your vaccination campaign is bound to fail. One anecdote. we had a vaccination campaign against rabies that was about to be launched in Côte d'Ivoire. And all of a sudden, we saw that there was a rumor that said all the dogs that need to be vaccinated won't be as efficient for hunting anymore once they've been vaccinated. So villagers thought, okay, if my dog is vaccinated, then it won't be able to hunt. So for our campaign to be efficient, we had to invite the best hunter in the village, and we had to demonstrate that his dog had been vaccinated, and he had to bear witness that his dog had been vaccinated and that his dog was still as efficient for hunting. So that was important. Another anecdote is that during one of our vaccination campaigns, still against rabies, we were tagging the dogs with red ink in order to separate them so that we would not re-vaccinate these dogs once again. And the dogs that were sent to the village, well, the villagers saw that some were tagged with red ink and others were not. So the way they interpreted that is that the vet staff had injured the dog, and then people had fears, and we had to take the village chief to come and see how things were going, and then when he actually saw what was going on, he shared the message and he explained, and then we had more people vaccinating their dogs. And in September 2024, thanks to a campaign that was conducted with WOAH and USAID, we conducted vaccination campaigns in the village of Buna. So we raised awareness, we organized meetings with thousands of people. We had the prefects, the village chiefs, and we sort of staged the campaign with small role plays that showed things to the population, and that was acted in local language so that people could understand what was going on. And you know, these kind of role plays tell people far more than a pamphlet. And then we also showed videos. So as Mr. Minister said, communication is crucial if you want to vaccinate and reach out the largest possible number of animals. Thank you for this very practical information. You have great experience in the field, and it's important to share that with your colleagues and with our delegates. But last question to you. How does the ministry do to make sure that the vaccination campaign can reach all the communities, even those very remote from the large cities? How do you manage to facilitate access to vaccination? Well, we use absolutely all available channels. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have community radios, and that's a way to reach out to the community. And these community radios, you know, they have a scope 5 to 10 villages, and communication is conducted in the local language. So that has a lasting impact on the population. So we had this action right from the outset. And then there was an official approach that was shared by the prefect. And then the relay was ensured by local radios or community radios. And then there are NGOs which are very active in our communities as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. We'll go for a final round, but
the translator, but we are going to shift again to English. And Spanish as well. No? English, okay. Considering the current threat, such as avian influenza, we have already talked. We have also talked about foot and mouth disease. We have talked about PPR, the peste de petit ruminant, vector-borne disease. And I would like to have a collective view, and I would like to make your final point about what your thought about vaccination, global vaccination, to tackle this global threat. And very in particular, I would like to have your opinion about what could be the role of WOAH in helping your country in achieving this goal. So, Ministro Planas, si puede tomar la palabra, por favor.
Sí, muchas gracias. Creo que la pregunta es muy interesante.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very interesting question for this last round. But first, I'd like to demonstrate humility. I heard my colleagues in Kenya and Côte d'Ivoire talking about the difficulties they have to convince their farmers, and even those who would politically benefit from these topics, not to unite the population, but to divide the population. And guess what? That's not just a problem in Africa. That's also a problem in Europe. Let me say it out loud, because otherwise people might think that this only happens in Africa. So let's be clear, it's not just an African problem, it's also a problem here in Europe and in the rest of the world. So this is why we need and make our decisions based on scientific evidence, and we need to put our faith in international cooperation. So what's the role of your organization? Well, in my mind, it's crucial. We need high-quality vaccines, we need monitoring, we need capabilities to detect those animals that were vaccinated from those that were not. So that's quite clear. But talking at a time when international trade and all challenges raised by climate change and create risks and concerns for the future, and we need to take up to face these challenges very quickly. So I believe that international cooperation is crucial. The EU has 27 members. We cooperate within the EU in order to try and work together in the field of animal health and in other areas and have a common response. But the role of WOAH is crucial. You're setting standards in your advisory capacity, but also when it comes to the concrete implementation of more general measures. And quite clearly, mobility and climate change end up in scenarios in which cooperation is not just necessary, it's a prerequisite, it's mandatory. There is no trade war, there is no geopolitical war that will change the situation, even though some people might think that they can live in their country isolated from the rest of the world. Well, believe me, they can't. We are all united. This is one planet, one health. And of course we need to cooperate. And thanks to WOAH, and that's why we are a member of WOAH, we can find a response to these problems.
Indeed, cooperation, transparency. This is part of the DNA of this organization, and we've been doing that for 100 years. And I hope we will keep doing for another 100 years. Dr. Salih, any final remark from your side? Because African Union, indeed, is an organization that tried to bring people together. If you can give a final remark in 1 minute or two, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Dr. Salih.
Thank you so much. I just want to emphasize 3 areas. First of all, vaccines and vaccinations are cornerstone for Africa's animal health strategy implementation to control transboundary animal diseases and zoonoses, and also to achieve all the priority diseases that we have announced its eradication, like PPR and dog-mediated rabies, and to strengthen the regional health security. The second point is effective and well-planned vaccination against transboundary animal diseases such as FMD, PPR, and others will unlock the socioeconomic growth to Africa, will save the life, and also protect our markets. And this cannot be done unless we have effective and strong public-private partnership and improved local vaccine production. The third point that I want to emphasize is Africa's success with the rinderpest eradication shows the case that building self-reliant vaccine systems with high quality can ensure equitable, sustainable, and resilient animal health across the continent, and for that, for all the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salih. Mr. Cowen.
Yes, I have three final things. The first one is that I think we need to look at WOAH from two perspectives. First is what we can do for WOAH rather than what WOAH can do for us. Unless we make it a strong organization, unless we support the efforts that are so clearly being done by the DG on this one, unless we support more financially, the organization, then they will not be able to have the big voice that we want them to have in the world stage. That's number one. Number two, as far as the vaccines themselves are concerned, I think it is important for us to focus on the issue of intellectual property rights. Because those of us who are in research areas where we have been working on vaccines have seen collaboration in the research area, but the benefits of the same research are not commensurate with the work that is being by scientists in the various countries. And it is important for us to put more money in research and more collaboration, but I think ultimately it is crucial that the benefits and the outcomes of those research findings are shared equally. We don't want to have a situation where you come to Nairobi, we do research together, and the next thing that is happening is that we are buying the vaccines from you, who we worked with to get the vaccine on the table. So I think that's an important part of it, because finally, the availability of vaccines across the world at an affordable rate is what is going to be a successful campaign. There is no need of carrying out the FMD campaign in Kenya if it is not being done in Tanzania and Uganda, because the impact will be useless. So the vaccines have got to be available on time, they have got to be made cheaper, they have got to be made the same standards, and this is where WOAH comes in to support us with that. But I think finally, it's got to be a global movement. It's not just one health, it's one people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ministre Touré. S'il vous plaît, si vous avez un point de ajouter.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say that any vaccination campaign targets one single objective, which is community commitment to be as close as possible. And this community commitment can only be achieved with a socio-anthropological study and also with a close surveillance system of all rumors that may spread, and this system should be based on anthropological studies. That is very important. We also need the support of WOAH for this, and this can be life-saving, a savior, especially for those regions where we need to massify the vaccination of the animals. Thank you very much.
I will probably stay a bit longer here, but I know there is the minister needs to go back to their country. So I would like to thank all of you for your contribution to this discussion and to really helping us to set the scene for the discussion that is going to go from the technical point of view a little bit more tomorrow. I think we have here very clearly the strategic importance of vaccine. It's not the only solution, but this is a very good solution. But also the challenge the minister and the delegates face every time when there is a decision to be made on whether or not to vaccinate. From Spain, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, and beyond that, we hear vaccination support both domestic and international trade. It protects livelihood and contributes to national economies. Yet the decision to integrate vaccination in national animal health strategies is definitely not easy. For what I'm hearing, I'm going to highlight 3 points that I will take with me home. Vaccination is not just a tool, it's an investment that is going to help us to protect animal health, but also to boost our national economies. Decision-making needs to be inclusive. We need to bring everybody on the discussion table, but need to be evidence-based. There is no room for discussed evidence. That needs to be the base for all the decisions, as our minister has already been said. And equity. Vaccine access remains a critical issue for accessible and sustainable disease control strategy. We do need to make sure that the vaccine, as I said, are there in the place that is necessary. So before we close, please join me in thanking all the panelists for your participation, for your contribution to this first high-level panel discussion. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. And when the ministers are taking their place, if the energy is still in the room, let's move to the second panel discussion. But we are going to try to elaborate a bit more in this point about availability and access to the disease. And this is the theme of this second high-level panel discussion. And to facilitate this session, I would like to invite to the stage my good friend and colleague, Dr. Javier Yugueros Marcos, who is the head of the Antimicrobial and Veterinary Product Department. Javier, welcome to the stage. And thank you very much, everybody, for your attention. Javier, the stage is yours.
For a vaccination campaign to be successful and effective, a series of variables must align and converge around one single constant. That is time. Availability and access to high-quality vaccines at the right time, at the right place, in sufficient quantities are all factors that compose this complex equation. And for that, robust private and public partnerships are essential. Today's panel gathers a series of key actors in this play, represented by distinguished guests of honors. So it is my pleasure to welcome on stage, and please join me to welcome l'honorable ministre, Monsieur le Ministre
Minister El Mokhtar Dagui Abate, Minister of Livestock for the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Ministry of Animal Health. I would also like to welcome to the stage Dr. Mark Britaski, CEO of Seva Santé, a member of the Council Health for Animals, the voice of industry, pharmaceutical industry and animal health.
Stage, Dr. Derek Sim, Managing Director of Vaccine Markets, Health Security and COVAX at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. And finally, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Marianne Gros-Claude, Manager for Global Engagement of the World Bank's Department for Agriculture and Food at the World Bank. Pour commencer, je vais continuer à...
To start, I will continue in French. And the first two panelists will speak French, so you know what to expect in terms of translation. So thank you very much to you all. The Honourable Minister, you're an engineer and economist. So you've occupied the position of Minister since August 2024. Your commitment for inclusive and competitive agriculture is very strong, as well as your actions for pastoral resilience of food safety with agricultural innovation. So we have to stress that you're also the General Director for the promotion of private investment and the Chair of the Technical Committee for Private-Public Development. Thank you very much for being with us today. As part of this regional initiative, such as the project to support pastoral actions in Sahel, English acronym. This initiative is actually supported by WOAH. Mauritania has deployed major efforts to control transborder animal diseases such as bovine contagious pneumonia and PPR. So based on your experience, could you share the experience of your own country in terms of access, as well as the deployment of high-quality vaccines for these priority diseases, and what are the main lessons that you learned from these actions? Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation to attend this major event, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the Mauritanian experience with you. So we've talked about one of the most important partners for our department, which is the PRAPS project that is funded by the World Bank with the technical support of WOAH. So I have to say that the Mauritanian government has tripled the vaccination budget over the last years, hence the importance of animal health in our department and in our strategies. The partners support this specific orientation. Animal health has become one of the most significant levers for the development of animal production in the country. You've talked about the PPCB, which we have made a lot of efforts to control these diseases, while keeping a close look on the other diseases in this country. Regarding access to vaccine, you have to remember that we adopted the FAO WOAH strategy to eradicate PPR by 2030, and we've also developed national strategic plans regarding the diseases I've just mentioned. And we do rely on the WOAH for the choices in vaccines, and we're trying to choose suppliers that are recommended by WOAH, and we are also trying to choose suppliers that are certified by the PanVac. We make specific efforts to have the best quality vaccines. This year in Mauritania, we had a specific event. The department initiated a campaign, and during the campaign, people started talking about the quality of vaccines, and we had the courage to stop the campaign, and we tested all the vaccines in our region, and we eventually took the vaccines that were the most that inspired them a lot of trust to farmers. So we made a lot of efforts, and TRACS was there to support us in this deployment. There's a major significant network that helps us roll out our vaccination services, and we started working on strategies with neighboring countries, because vaccination is a phenomenon or an issue that has to be managed at regional level through regional coordination. We work a lot on vaccines and others, because the Regional Center for Animal Health in Bamako offers a regional approach. We work with Senegal and other neighboring countries, and this regional approach has been very helpful to control these diseases. If the others do not control it, or the other way around, well, it doesn't help, and we cannot have a positive outcome. See, political commitment in Mauritania has been instrumental, and it's a key lever for successful vaccination. The decision of the President of the Republic guarantees vaccination against PPR this year, and it's really boosted the vaccination results. So this year, we had results for PPR of 100%, and last year there was 43%. Last year for PPCB, there was 95%, Now that it's free access, it's 115% success. So thanks to this political commitment and free access, they were able to boost the vaccination outcomes in Mauritania, and we are very proud of this. These are the most significant points that I wanted to raise today, and we work closely with the partners to facilitate access to vaccination in Mauritania. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a very nice experience through the regional approach, through political support. Before we hand over to the next panelist, so I assumed you experienced some challenges or difficulties. What were the main challenges that you had to face in Mauritania in terms of fast access and fair access to vaccines, in terms of supply, infrastructures, cold chain, funding, logistics? What were the main challenges in 2 minutes? And Mauritania is a Sahel country, so countries are very similar in this region. We have normal challenges, like, for instance, the cold chain may not be fully complied with, and some areas are difficult to access, and you have a lot of cattle in these areas, but there are no road access, and there are also we lack of qualified staff to equip the veterinary centers and make sure that the services are accessible to all farmers and breeders. And there are other challenges that are related to the very nature of this. I mean, this year we carried out a census. The bovine cattle has increased by 50%, so that was quite an unexpected workload. So that's quite a specific challenge for Mauritania. So during the next campaign, we're contemplating to make more efforts, because that's a new challenge, as you can imagine. On top of this, we don't have any local vaccine production in Mauritania, so we need, along with the private and public partners, we need to find solutions to ensure constant vaccine supply, because there could be delays combined with procedural challenges, and all of this together is a challenge. So through WOAH and other partners that are already with us, we want to find opportunities for partnerships to overcome these challenges. There could be local partners or international partners to solve the supply issue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for local production. It's a tool that can obviously facilitate the far-reaching deployment of vaccines. Dr. Pribaski, so you're a vet. So you're the head of Seva Santé Animale Group. It operates in 47 countries in the world. You're the 5th animal health company, and it's been the case since 2007. And you have a very clear vision for your company. Your goal is to maintain and feed a world that is expanding while preserving the planet. Thank you very much for being with us today. So investing in the development of veterinary vaccines is obviously a major decision from an economic point of view for any vaccine manufacturer. What are the main drivers or maybe hurdles that are part of this decision-making equation, both for development and subsequent production of vaccines? Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon. I think that as a prerequisite, I should repeat that vaccination works. It does work very well. It allowed to eradicate a disease. Remember, we're talking about rinderpest, and it was eradicated back in 2010, 2011. It would kill tens of millions of cows and bovine animals, and it was eradicated after smallpox. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Soubiran for her courage. they were able to control a disastrous disease in France, avian influenza. So thanks to vaccination, we went down from 1,200 cases to less than 10 cases, mostly wild animals. So in this way, we're able to secure trade at a reduced cost, as the costs were divided by more than 10. So I think it's important to reassert this, because we are faced with a growing number of diseases in different territories as a result. And fundamentally, there are very few labs that have full command of those vaccines technologies. So with one single technology, you cannot cater for all the needs and have control over all the needs. So we have to face choices, and choices that are sometimes difficult and complicated to make. And for a private company, it always starts with profitability factors, visibility, and the ability to develop a specific vaccine. Because according to business models in private companies, the goal is to make money, and we want to secure animal sectors, and it's what many veterinary labs are trying to do. So to unrisk, to de-risk, and when you make choices, the first thing that comes to mind is about our ability to find a solution. We do not always find solutions. There are some diseases for which we have no vaccines. I think about African swine fever. We don't have full control over it. So that's a risk. Should we move forward? How can we mitigate the risk? We can mitigate the risk through partnerships with universities or institutes, partnerships with state bodies like LANCES, ESDS. We try to work hand in hand together. Through a partnership, we actually share the risk, and it's absolutely crucial. And then comes the development stage. So it's about the fast development opportunity. When we deal with a disease, we have to act quickly. So we need to have the right platforms. By registering a platform, how can we offer a fast solution? So it's about having a uniformed platforms in various geographic areas, because as we all know, diseases do not have any borders. You may have a solution for a geographic area, and there's no solution in the other one. And this could lead to a major disaster. And the Minister of Kenya made an interesting remark. The vaccination of animals is of equal importance. As for human beings, it can actually save human beings. They feed the human beings, but it saves human beings from zoonotic diseases. So we need to be in close contact with the authorities to mitigate the risk and make sure we don't waste any time. And then comes the most touchy aspect in the process, that is the production phase. Production means investment. When a new technology emerges, like a biology factory cost about 100 million euros in Seva, we spend 200 million euros per year. And then you will invest this money in new technologies, and you're not 100% certain that the technology will allow you to tap a market. Technically speaking, the vaccine production can take from 2 weeks to 2 months, and once it's released and under control, it can take up to 4 months and a half, because the only techniques we may use sometimes is animal testing. So there's a will to have a vaccine, and then you have the vaccine. So that's all about supply chain, and sometimes it can take up to 6 months. We need visibility, we need orders in the pipeline. You can't afford to start production without being 100% certain that you have the market, without an order placement. And it's about politics and the policies. They have to be brave enough to go for it. And this vaccination may become mandatory. It may potentially be refunded. So there's a lot of factors in the equation. The equation may be simple, but we can't afford to produce a vaccine in just 2 weeks. Thank you indeed. Risk sharing and collective courage is crucial. So you partially answered the next question I have for you, but I would like to insist if you could really specify, well, who are the enablers? Are there any external factors that could facilitate the decision-making process? If yes, who are these 2 or 3 external factors that could help the decision process? First of all, visibility, I think. WOAH plays a crucial role here to sort of pool the needs and then say, okay, in some ways, this pathology is going to be widespread because there's a history of vaccines that were developed but they were never put on the market. Vaccine development costs 10 millions of euro when you go as far as registration, and maybe coin new ways to finance and mitigate the risk for this part in a way to sort of create an insurance system for a common fund. I had made a presentation on this topic about 15 years ago, like SEVA could do this, but for every disease you need to invest 5 million euros. Would you be ready to do this? And the panelists were very reluctant. They said, no, we should not do this, but this is what we should do. So I guess we could invent a new model to reduce the risk, to be risk-free. That would be for our own common interest, animal health, but also human health. I know there's something quite unique. I know France has been working on this sort of model. It's not easy, human nature is quite strong when it's facing the bridge and facing the wall. But when you see it coming, you don't usually take the time and you don't pull the means to prevent it. We're aware that a global disaster may happen, but we react when we have no choice and at the last minute. Thank you very much for your remarks and the fact that we need to react before it happens.
Into English, so you can change translations if needed. And I'm going to move to the human health side, so to learn a little bit more. So, Dr. Derrick, you lead Gavi's market shaping team, ensuring healthy markets for vaccines and other immunization products. And you also lead and guide the health security team, which builds on the Vaccine Alliance experience and learnings from responses like the huge one that we had to do, all of us, with COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for coming and joining us and taking the risk to be with all these animal health people here. So, COVID showed us that it's possible to develop, authorize, and distribute vaccines in a period of time never seen before. And I think this is where we are very good at reacting when we are hitting the wall. But at the same time, we also saw that access was neither equal nor universal. So based on that experience, which are the main drivers you would retain today as enablers for timely production and distribution of vaccines, and which are the learnings that you got from that experience?
Thank you very much for your invitation. And indeed, I'm learning a lot, even already from the first panel and the discussions here, about the challenges and opportunities that you face in the animal health ecosystem. There are some parallels and similarities in the human health and human vaccines world. I think you talk about timely access and timely production, particularly in an outbreak or an emergency setting like COVID-19. Firstly, I think it's important to note that these vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines, were built on a scientific foundation that had been invested in for many, many years, that could therefore be built on in a short time to develop these vaccines in the accelerated phase. I think that is really important because it does require a very sustained and deep commitment by government institutions, academic institutions, and so forth to generate that foundation of science. At the start of any outbreak or any emergency, and I'm sure this is the same for an animal health outbreak as well, it is impossible to know how long it's going to last, how far it's going to spread, how many impacted communities there may be, and how long this was going to last. I think we all forget very quickly, but if we put ourselves where we were in the beginning of 2020, I don't think any of us had imagined that we would be wearing face masks, locked down in our homes, working from home, learning to use Zoom and all these things. And this was impossible to predict. And so one of the very big learnings and what we needed to do was exactly what Dr. Prakaski just said, is really about managing risk and sharing the risk. We had a situation where the manufacturers did not know how long it would take to develop a vaccine. They did not know what quantities they could produce. They didn't know at what price they would have to price it at, because all that production cost, etc., was simply unknown. And at the same time, sovereign countries were lining up to already put the orders in. At Gavi, we represent a core of 54 countries whom we support, but in the COVID pandemic, we actually built a much wider coalition. We ended up supplying 2 billion doses of vaccines to 149 countries. And so what we needed to do very quickly was to be able to share that risk with the manufacturers. And what that meant was to be able to take a risk on the quantities that we would buy, to be able to take a risk on the funding that we would have to contribute to that process. And we needed, therefore, the governance systems and decision-making systems within the Secretariat which would enable us to do that. At the same time, we had to ensure that what we called our pull mechanisms, that is the demand side, by putting in the quantities, contracts, advance purchase contracts, and down payments, were complementing other partner institutions who were funding on the push side, meaning they were helping to contribute to fund R&D. Because we needed to ensure alignment, that whatever our partner institutions like CEPI, the Coalition for Pandemic Preparedness and Innovations, were putting in to develop the type of vaccines, we needed to ensure those would be the type of vaccines that our member countries would actually use and that we were taking a risk on. Secondly, the partner coordination was really important to build a coalition. So we couldn't do this alone. So with the World Health Organization providing the technical input, with UNICEF providing logistics, ourselves providing the risk-sharing mechanisms and the pool mechanisms, and CEPI doing the R&D, we had to come together very quickly in order to coordinate our mechanisms. The other thing is obviously funding and being able to raise the funds very quickly and being able to actually use those funds at risk. Because certainly at that point in time, we didn't know at that point how many vaccines we would actually get with the money that we were investing. And coming out of this pandemic experience, we now have put in place a day zero financing facility, which is worth $2.5 billion. $2 billion of that is through financing mechanisms from development banks and other financing institutions. And $500 million is actually through cash funding that we now have to be able to deploy. And so in the recent Mpox outbreak in Africa, we're able to mobilize very quickly, sign an advance purchase agreement with a manufacturer within 30 days of the outbreak being declared. And this has been a really important step forward. And lastly, I think we cannot forget country readiness and the ability for countries to have national deployment plans in place that can be activated, that they can pivot their resources from the routine work that they're doing into the outbreak setting, and ensuring that they have regulatory and other decision processes that will enable those vaccines to be deployed in country. New mechanisms such as regulatory reliance mechanisms, joint review process with people like the European Medicines Agency, etc., are really important to have in place before the emergency happens. So I think, you know, really looking across the board, access is not just about the volumes and the funding, but actually having the decision-making processes, the governance, the coalitions, the partnerships, and the country readiness to deploy.
Thank you very much for sharing all these fantastic insights from a crisis period that we all lived, and we really thank for all these collaborations. And I would like to emphasize the value of science. And yes, exactly, the mRNA vaccines was not just a fruit of 1 year, but more than 20 years of research behind the scenes. So if we go to the learning from that experience and also from your past experience in the private sector, if we go and talk about timely access to vaccines, especially in LMICs, which are the advices and the learnings that you have from there? And then finally, if you have any suggestion for the animal health sector. I know that this part of the question is difficult, being discovering us today, but if you have any insights, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, you know, Gavi is a 20-year-old institution now, and 20 years ago, there was just no market for human vaccines that was sustainable or that was viewed as profitable or an opportunity by the private sector. And so what was happening was that low and middle income countries simply were not getting access to the vaccines that they needed. And I think Dr. Prikarsky just referred to elements such as, you know, their diseases, which maybe primarily impact low and middle income countries, at least in human health, for which there were no sustained investment because there was no perception of a market or ability to deploy those vaccines ultimately. So building a sustainable market is extremely important. And this comes from not just the demand side and the volume pooling that we do. As I say, we procure on behalf of 54 member countries. But importantly, we also need to ensure that the governments and countries have policies and political commitment in place to deploy and introduce those vaccines when it's needed, once they're available. Secondly, the funding model is extremely important. Gavi is not a handout model. All countries co-pay from the very first day that they participate in the Gavi system, and their level of co-payment increases as the GDP increases. So from the 54 countries that we support, countries contributed $240 million last year to the total vaccination bill. And this is significant. What it has done is that it's enabled 19 countries to graduate from the Gavi program, and 19 countries have now become fully self-sufficient with domestic funding for their vaccination program. So this really is the model that helps to build a market and a sustainable market for which then private sector and other actors will invest in. And so I think that's, you know, I think something that could be considered in terms of a similar type of model. And then lastly, we have also looked to see how we can build other signals for diseases which are perhaps too small or not seen as demand being predictable enough for investment. And so that's why we maintain stockpiles for like Ebola, for cholera and so forth, because while these diseases may not always occur and the volumes may not be big enough, at least having a stockpile there creates a constant level of base foundational demand that helps the private sector and the manufacturers at least invest for that amount. And then if there is obviously an outbreak or surge that's needed, additional volumes can then be built on top of that base foundation rather than starting from zero.
Thank you very much. Once again, 20 years of experience. I think, I hope that you all took note, and I think we can do better in less time than 20 years of experience for the animal health sector. So thank you very much for that. Ms. Gros-Claude, you have been working at the World Bank for 25 years, and if I may say, you have not been doing that from the ivory tower from Washington, D.C., because you have been working in different regions in the world, including the Middle East and North Africa, West and Central Africa, Europe and Central Asia, Latin America and the Caribbean, East Asia and the Pacific. You have been all around the world. So thank you very much for joining us today. And in your work across the world and resource-limited or conflict-affected regions, what has been the biggest barrier to implementing effective vaccination strategies, and how have you tried to overcome them?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation and the opportunity for joint learning. So I come to this conversation from the perspective of an international financing institution that invests in development and in sustainable livestock systems. Just currently, we work in the livestock sector in about 60 different countries, and our own investment totals about $3.8 billion. That covers research, vaccination campaigns, animal health systems, and so on, in a very broad range of country contexts, but obviously a focus on low-income countries and low and middle-income countries. It's very difficult to pinpoint just one barrier. I think it's very context-specific. In the most challenging environments, such as conflict environment, we very often have to be very creative in terms of delivery mechanism. And it's not so much about the vaccine themselves, but how you get them to the right place and to the people in very difficult to reach places. One example that comes to mind is Yemen, a country, as you know, that has been affected by a very protracted conflict. And of course, this has affected the veterinary services and their organization and their ability to just do their work. So in Yemen, we've had to partner with international NGOs such as the ICRC and with organizations such as FAO for access on the ground. So these are some of the most challenging environments. In other places, and very often, it's not also just about access to vaccine, but about having strong veterinary services, strong animal health systems in place, and the infrastructure, the vaccination infrastructure. It's a point that was already mentioned by others in the first panel. We found, for example, and the PRAPS project was mentioned by the Honorable Minister a moment ago, that in the Sahel, it's, you need to strengthen the animal health system at all levels. Even when the vaccines are there, the cold chain might not be there. The infrastructure is not there. You need to train and retrain veterinarians and paraprofessionals. You need to invest in vaccination pens. You need to invest in veterinary infrastructure. So that's what the PRAPS has done. On our side, it was a $765 million investment across the board to strengthen the systems at the national level, but also, very importantly, the regional coordination across the Sahel countries. Maybe, moving from this to the question of financing. We're a financing institution, and some of the points that were made. I think one of the challenges is that we're talking about global public goods, right? And when we're talking about public health, animal health, and the difficulty in financing what is essentially public goods, in a context where many of the countries we're talking about now face very difficult fiscal constraints, and even in places and in countries that have committed, for example, to eradication of PPR, ministers have to compete with other priorities, right, and make the case and argue. And we are also at a time where resources available from development partners are becoming more scarce. And I think that's been a long-term trend. So it becomes really important, and I can come back to that, to make the case for why investing in prevention, in vaccination campaigns, in animal health services is important. We're looking at, in that context also, how we can incentivize the private sector to invest, de-risk. And as you may know, one of the initiatives that we host at the World Bank is the Ag Result Initiative. So it's a fund that uses a pay-for-result approach. It's a $152 million fund at the moment. It's financed by various donors, Australia, the US, the UK, Canada, and others. And it uses a pay-for-results approach to bring the private sector where the private sector would not normally come because of risks or markets that are not necessarily mature. One of the things that is ongoing is a $17 million competition to develop food and FMD vaccines tailored for the Eastern Africa market. And so that's really one of the examples of the mechanisms we're piloting to try to bring new approaches to financing vaccination.
Thank you very much. And one of the points that you have mentioned, I like it a lot, which is the financing of the bases. We can go to a country where if the veterinary services are not strong enough, we cannot do much more. You were mentioning the example of PRAPS, but do you have any other examples in which the World Bank is trying to strengthen these veterinary services, trying to forecast planning so that the implementation can go faster?
So as I mentioned, there's quite a few examples across the world. So we are investing, with other partners in research with the CGIAR. We are a donor to the CGIAR, including for everything that has to do with animal health. We invest in strong data systems for animal health services. This is really an area where with the development of a digital solution, it's really a missed opportunity for veterinary services not to invest in better data. And so that's another area that we finance. For example, Madagascar is developing its new livestock sector strategy, and we are coming in to finance a full national livestock census to provide the data to underpin that. And I've mentioned the PRAPS, for example, and we also come in through the pandemic fund that we host on One Health. But the point that I would like to make is really about how to make the case, right? In this very constrained environment, and making sure that veterinary services and ministries of agriculture are able to really document the impacts and the importance of investing in vaccination from the economic perspective, right? And talking to ministers of finance and to those that will finance those programs. So, not only from the perspective of productivity, but it's an important one, right? The livelihoods and incomes. In the case of PRAPS, with good data, we were able to document increases in incomes of agro-pastoral households of 25% in Niger and 50% in Mali. That's a lot. And but also to be able to measure the impact in terms of food safety, in terms of public health, and to put numbers and quantify the benefits and the costs. A couple of years ago, we released a report called Putting Pandemics Behind Us. Maybe some of you are familiar with it, where we made the case, the business case for investing in prevention, right? And quantified the needs both, for animal health services, veterinary services, $2.3 billion per year, but also for biosafety on farm, $5 billion per year. And beyond those considerations, others mentioned earlier climate change and those challenges, there are also opportunities, right? Vaccination also, and better animal health can contribute to reduced greenhouse gas emissions, to mitigation strategies, and there's also new forms of financing that are available from that perspective.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned one of the best reports I ever read. So for those who are still using their mobile devices, I would encourage you to go to any kind of research engine and look for the Putting Pandemic Behind report from the World Bank, because this is where they say that investing in strengthening veterinary services is much more profitable than being prepared for the next pandemic. So thank you very much for mentioning that. The title of this session is Time is of the Essence, and I think you are all eager to go for another session or maybe a coffee. So, thanking all the panelists for these enlightening insights and thoughts. Je vais changer à nouveau en français.
Switching back to French, I'm going to ask the two first panelists to share with us, if you have a message you want to share in just 1 minute, what would be your comment? What would be your 1 minute message? Mr. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you so much. The first message would be about international political commitment through an organization like WOAH, because as we said, political commitment allowed us to get beautiful results this year. And then we also need to work to increase farmers' trust in vaccination. And for us in the Sahel region, that's a challenge. We want them to buy in. We want them to allow vets to vaccinate their herds. And allow me to remind you that there is a West African market for vaccines, that partners are invited to recognize this market. We have a lot of cattle heads, and that has been confirmed by a recent census. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Dr. Prikarski, your 1 minute message? Well, very often we get a feeling that, yeah, no problem, we'll be able to feed the population, especially when we look at things from our perspective in our rich and affluent countries. So we need to look at the other perspective and talk about challenges like climate change, but also the emergence of new diseases at a fast pace. So if we want to find a solution to all these issues, we need to bring everyone around the table, and we need to have trust, and trust that we are going to share the workload, but that's our role.
Eric, your 1 minute message.
I think when you look at vaccine access and availability, I would encourage all of us to really look at all the different elements that have to come together. So, you know, the political will, commitment, the investment that's needed, the financing that's needed, the regulatory, other decision-making processes and so forth, because until you bring that all together, it is hard to really ensure equitable and timely access.
Thank you very much. Marianne.
Thank you. So it's my main message would really be about investing systematically and across the board in very strong animal health systems, not just vaccines. And to do that, to look at partnerships with the private sector, but also with the multilateral organizations that do believe that this is important, such as WOAH, such as the World Bank, FAO, and others, and use us to make the case with those who we can bring the finance.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to all of you. Please join me. And with this, we conclude today's session on the Animal Health Forum. But not the conversations and the reflections for change that I hope will continue in the corridors, will continue tomorrow and all throughout this week. Thanking you all for your attention and your contributions. It is my privilege to give the floor to the esteemed Masters of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gregorio and Javier, for having joined us on stage today, and what was truly an insightful discussion. I'm sure that many of you felt related somehow with this situation, and for that exact same reason, we have something for you that will appear anytime. We have prepared a QR code for you so that we can hear about you. Your comments, your questions. After all these discussions, you will be able to participate in the forum. We will have a QR code that you can scan with your phone. Yes, there it is. Thank you. And yes, thank you. You take your phone with the camera application, you can end access to the forums. These questions will be addressed in the final session of the technical item, session number 6, that will take place on Tuesday morning. We give you some time to scan. This code will appear over and over again in the next few sessions, but it's useful if you already have it on your phone. If it's all good, we can start.
So we are now moving to a truly special part of the general session. It is with great honour that we gather here today to celebrate the distinguished recipients of the Animal Health Achievement Awards for the year 2025. The organisation's president, Dr. Susanna Pombo, and Director General, Dr. Emmanuel Subian, joined the World Assembly of Delegates in officially recognising the achievements of the 4 award recipients. Now, these individuals are being commended for their leading role in animal and public health, which enabled us to work towards a safer, healthier, and more sustainable world.
Today, we are privileged to acknowledge 3 incredible professionals that have dedicated their careers to animal health. This award is granted annually to personalities in recognition of their scientific, technical, and administrative contribution to the control of animal diseases, animal welfare, and/or veterinary public health. Today, we will also give the prestigious Gold Medal. This is a special recognition for an individual whose lifelong dedication, exceptional work, and outstanding service in veterinary science have significantly contributed to the scientific and technological advance of the organization.
Now, together, these laureates embody the highest ideals of the World Organization for Animal Health. We'd now like to invite Dr. Pombo and Dr. Subian, who will announce the winners of this year's honorary awards. You have the floor.
Hello again, dear colleagues. So, first, it is my honor to present the Meritus Award to Dr. Jamil Gomes de Souza from Brazil, who has made significant contributions to veterinary public health both nationally and internationally. Dr. Gomes de Souza has led national programs to combat foot and mouth diseases and classical swine fever, showcasing his dedication to improving animal health. As the director of the Animal Health Department and former WOAH Delegate, he developed standards and actions for the prevention and control of critical diseases such as brucellosis, tuberculosis, and Newcastle disease. His efforts in managing vaccination campaigns and establishing eye surveillance zones for FMD were instrumental in safeguarding animal health. Moreover, Dr. Gomes de Souza participated in international missions to evaluate African swine fever and has cooperated on technical parameters for compartmentalization process for avian disease control. His work has not only benefited Brazil, but has also had an impact on veterinary public health across the Americas and the world. Dr. Gomes de Souza's contributions to the veterinary profession are truly commendable. We are grateful for his commitment to the betterment of animal health. In recognition of Dr. Jamil Gomes de Souza's outstanding contributions, it is my privilege to present him the Meritorious Award.
Senhora Diretora-Geral da Organização Mundial de Saúde Animal. Senhoras e senhores delegados junto ao MSA, demais autoridades dos países e entidades aqui representados, senhoras e senhores. Recebo com profunda honra a medalha de mérito da Organização Mundial de Saúde Animal, a OMSA, concedida por uma entidade que tem como pilares a transparência, a solidariedade internacional, o fortalecimento dos serviços veterinários, a segurança sanitária, a qualidade dos alimentos de origem animal e o bem-estar animal. Após mais de 4 décadas dedicadas à saúde animal, esta distinção representa, para mim, um reconhecimento coletivo. Ao recebê-la, sinto-me na obrigação de expressar meu agradecimento a todos que, de diferentes maneiras, tornaram possível essa caminhada. Compartilho especialmente essa homenagem com o Serviço Veterinário Brasileiro, que, guiado pelos princípios da OMSA, tem atuado com empenho e competência na ampliação do comércio internacional de animais e seus produtos, assegurando a devida segurança sanitária em benefício global. Desde 1924, ano em que o Brasil se tornou um dos países fundadores da então OIE, temos acompanhado com admiração a evolução e a crescente relevância dessa organização. A característica singular da OMSA como entidade supranacional que estimula ativamente a participação equitativa de seus membros contribui para angariar a legitimidade técnica e política que sustenta suas normas e recomendações em nível global. Essa legitimidade deriva justamente da confiança mútua, do compromisso com a ciência e do espírito de cooperação entre os seus membros. Entendo que os valores que compartilhamos, transparência, verdade e
the values we share, transparency, solidarity, scientific excellence, independence, equity, and conclusion, constitute a solid foundation that underpins our joint performance, regardless of our origins, cultures, or beliefs. To these are added, in particularly timely and necessary resilience and innovation, recently incorporated by the WOAH in its strategic plan as a response to the complex challenges of the present and the future. So it is these principles that call us to permanent vigilance so that they remain alive and effective in a world in constant transformation. In closing, I reiterate on my name and on behalf of my Brazilian colleagues the immense pride of participating, albeit modestly, in this respected organization and in the international community that, with competence and commitment, sustains and dignifies it. Thank you very much.
I must confess that you made your president very happy by hearing
Dire que
now follow the protocol again. So I'm really honored to present now the Emeritus Award to Dr. Ayawil Justin Ayit Akakpo, and I hope I did it very wrong, who has made significant contributions to veterinary science through his extensive research and dedication to education. He has conducted groundbreaking research in hematology and infectious diseases, particularly in cattle. His work on infectious disease such as rabies and brucellosis has highlighted the prevalence of canine rabies and the public health risks it poses, especially to children. His research on brucellosis has led to improved epidemiological understanding and control measures in several African countries, making a substantial impact on animal health and public safety. In addition to his research, Dr. Akakpo has trained numerous veterinarians and researchers, contributing significantly to the advancement of veterinary education and practice. His efforts have helped shape the career of over 30 cohorts of veterinary doctors from more than 14 countries, many of whom now hold positions of responsibility in their home countries. Dr. Akakpo has also made notable contributions to WOAH, particularly in understanding the epidemiological and economic impact of animal brucellosis through his involvement in regional commissions. He played a key role in the recognition of the Interstate School of Veterinary Science and Medicine as a WOAH collaborating center for the training of official veterinarians, diagnosis of infectious animal diseases and zoonoses, and control of veterinary medicines in Central and West Africa. His dedication to veterinary science and education is truly admirable. Therefore, in recognition of Dr. Justin Ayit Akakpo's contributions, it is my privilege to present him with our meritorious award.
Thank you very much. Mrs. President of WOAH, Mrs. General Director of WOAH, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, excellencies, dear representatives of the regional and international organizations, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was so surprised when we found out that we had been shortlisted for the Meritorious Award 2025 of WOAH. So we thank God for his benevolence, and this prize is dedicated to our parents who unfortunately are no longer with us today, but also we dedicate this prize to them for their upbringing. We dedicate this award to our spouses or children for having tolerated frequent absences by their side, mostly for work reasons. And we also dedicate this award to several personalities and institutions that allowed us to perform the work that is greatly appreciated today. Indeed, our work was mostly about epidemiology and the fight against animal infectious diseases and zoonotic diseases in Africa in particular. As from the recruitment and the Interstate School of Veterinary and Medicine School in Dakar, the goal was to train the vets and the researchers that would be able to better fight against infectious diseases that were causing major disasters in the livestock. And these goals were achieved thanks to people and institutions as well. First, I would name the Minister Joseph Ogamamania, the late minister. In 1976, we were detached from as teachers from the school, and at the time it was not easy. So we dedicate also our work to Professor Jean Jantal and Jean Oudal, who did contribute to our training, without forgetting Dr. Samba Sidibé, the president of OAE, La Réunion, the late Réunion, late Pablo Agnon, veterinary in Senegal, and Dr. Batawi from Togo for giving us access to the missions on the field as part of our studies, and without forgetting Dr. Karim Tunkara, who welcomed us in 1983 in his lab in Bamako. In this lab, we were able to isolate the first sources of brucellosis in Mali. There's also a favorable environment. This favorable environment allowed us to work. There's the interstate School of Veterinary Science, which was our basis, where during 33 years we taught veterinary science and infectious pathologies and diseases. That was our contribution to the training of African vets, as you said it earlier on. So another environment, we mentioned the Royal Veterinary College of London. Over the last few years, they provided their support to train African veterinaries for research on bovine brucellosis. And finally, I would like to mention the consortium, the Africa One Consortium. Through our scientific supervision, they allow us to be to provide supervision to African researchers and scientists. We think that we have greatly contributed to the development of human resources in our countries. As human resources have been able to continue to improve animal health and public veterinary health in African countries. One last word, just to say that we only made one contribution by performing our duties, the work we were assigned to perform. And for these people that we train, we are telling them that the good work is always pays off sooner or later. Just on those final words, I would like to say how grateful I am towards WOAH for this honorable distinction. Thank you very much for your attention.
And let's continue.
Alors j'aimerais
to present the Meritorious Award to Dr. Norkobilov from Uzbekistan, whose efforts have elevated the veterinary sector, fostering both national and international collaboration. Dr. Norkobilov has led significant reforms on Uzbekistan veterinary sector, enhancing disease control, food security, and alignment with international standards. Established an independent veterinary service and recognized it into an autonomous ministry. His tenure saw the adoption of key legal reforms, improved animal identification procedures, and financial incentives for veterinary workers. Additionally, Dr. Norkobilov expanded veterinary infrastructure, securing investments and international loans for diagnostic laboratories and training. He prioritized disease prevention, both increasing the budget for vaccines and diagnostics and integrating modern technologies. His leadership also created over 20,000 new jobs in the livestock sector and introduced virtual reception systems for better stakeholder communication. These initiatives have positioned Uzbekistan as a leader in veterinary reforms, with international recognition for his work. The development of the smart veterinary services system and cooperation with global institutions ensure Uzbekistan remains at the forefront of addressing animal health, disease control, and food safety challenges. Dr. Norkobilov's contribution to the modernization of national veterinary services is an example for many. In recognition of Dr. Norkobilov's contributions to veterinary science and the betterment of animal health, it is my privilege to present him with the Meritorious Award. Thank you so much. A real pleasure to see you again. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Уважаемый президент доктор Сузана Помба, уважаемый генеральный директор доктор Эммануэль Цубрян, уважаемые делегаты, дамы и господа, прежде всего хочу выразить свою безмерную радость видеть всех добрым и здравым. С глубоким благодарностью принимаю высокую награду.
Very grateful for this award, which recognizes my work and the work of all the veterinary services of Uzbekistan, scientists, experts from our teams. Without their precious support and help, we would not have achieved these results. This meritorious award is the result of the strategic approach of the president of our country towards veterinary services, and thanks to the work of the president and the complex measures that allow to apply reforms in the veterinary services, well, they've been developed, and we modernize veterinary services as far as product safety is concerned, or animal products produce. Well, the implementation of programs enabled us to fight against animal diseases, and all of this shows that we will create a stable and robust veterinary system that is based on the principles of animal health and healthy products for human health. My dear colleagues, I recognize that WOAH is one of the dearest international partners to us, and you are supporting our country, the new Uzbekistan, and thanks to your help, we have been able to set up projects that allow us to reinforce the legal basis of veterinary services in compliance with international services. We can also reform the training and the preparation of executive frameworks and labor force, and we provide high-quality food products that ensure full safety. And we'd like to thank you. We'd like to thank the veterinary services in Uzbekistan, and we wish to continue cooperation, bilateral and international cooperation, and this cordial and friendly framework. Over the last 5 years, the population on the planet has increased from 2 billion to 8 billion, and the number of animals and the growing demand for the food sector, for the farming sector and the food products has increased, and the new technologies are developing, and this allows to sort of alleviate the burden, but new challenges are coming ahead. So the work and the challenges that we face in veterinary services are constantly changing. So in this specific context, we have to act timely and find solution. We have to exchange knowledge and innovations, and we've found resources to achieve our goals and the One Health approach. My dear colleagues, I am calling you to pool our efforts that will allow us to ensure epidemiological pandemic stability on our dear planet Earth, and to safeguard and preserve the animal and human health. My dear friends, I would like to thank you very much. I'd like to thank all my colleagues attending the 31st conference of the Regional Commission that was held in Uzbekistan. I hope you enjoyed the city of Samarkand, which is really at the crossroad of cultures, a historical city. I hope it left a definite imprint, and you left with great memories. And thank you for acknowledging our work and merits. And for us, it is a great honor and also a great responsibility. It's very inspiring for our future work. And I would like to reassure you that we will cooperate in the future and even more with WOAH, and this regional and global work will remain a priority for us. Thank you.
And now, on the behalf of the organization, I'm honored to present this year's gold medal to Dr. Monique Eloi from France. A true leader. For you. Please join me. It will be a pleasure to share the floor again with Dr. Monique. A true leader in veterinary science, Dr. Eloi made significant contributions to WOAH, establishing it as a key player in global health governance and strengthening its influence at a global level. At WOAH's first female Director General, Dr. Eloi set out to modernize the organization's programs, enhance transparency, and implement its 7th strategic plan, focusing on global animal health governance and the One Health approach. Her leadership has reinforced international collaborations, including the tripartite alliance with FAO and WHO, and the expanded quadripartite with UNEP. She has fostered lasting cooperation among researchers, governments, stakeholders, and international organizations. Dr. Eloi's adept management of both the technical and institutional response to COVID-19 underscores her leadership and resilience in the face of the global pandemic. She also drove key initiatives in veterinary science, particularly in combating antimicrobial resistance, promoting international guidelines and global surveillance programs to limit excessive antibiotic use, and raising awareness about sustainable veterinary practices. Additionally, Dr. Eloi initiated the creation of the WOAH Observatory to assess and improve the applicability of the international standards produced by the organization. Under her direction, WOAH facilitated the implementation of surveillance systems for transboundary animal diseases, enabling early detection and rapid response to outbreaks such as African swine fever, avian influenza, and foot and mouth disease. These initiatives have strengthened members' resilience to health crises while minimizing risks to public health and food security. Thanks to her leadership, WOAH has invested in veterinary public health issues that influence society. Dr. Eloi's progressive impact on addressing global health challenges will be felt for generations to come. In recognition of Dr. Monique Elway's exceptional service in the field of veterinary science and her contributions to the scientific and technological development of the organization activities, I'm pleased to present her with a gold medal.
Bonjour à tous et merci pour votre accueil.
Good evening, and thank you for this ever so warm welcome. Mrs. President, Mrs. General Director, I'd like to thank the French authorities that proposed my name. I want to thank the members of the Council that accepted it. It is a huge honor for me to receive this award. Even a bigger award because it's not customary a former Director General receives an award from an organization he or she run. You reminded many actions that we carried out when I was General Director, and whatever the period in time, and some were more difficult than others, I always put my passion at the service of this organization so that it's better known, better recognized, stronger and more influential, especially in fora where health matters are discussed. But personal willingness is not enough. And if we had some success, it is thanks to you, our delegates, thanks to our partners, financial partners, technical partners, scientific partners, because you supported our ambition. So I know what I owe you. And once again, I want to thank you for your trust. And if I may, I'd like my last words to be for WOAH staff, at headquarters level or at regional offices level. And I would also like to pay tribute to the work of members of our specialized working group, because without them, I'm not quite certain we would do the same work. I want to tell them that this medal is really different from those which are usually handed to certain people. Beyond me, I consider that this is recognizing the value of our organization and recognizing the quality of the work that we did together. So I believe that this medal is not just for me, it's also yours. Long live WOAH.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pombo and Dr. Elway. We arrived to the end of the day. First, thank you to all these powerful women for this award, honorary awards. And now, we would like to conclude the day, the first day of the 92nd General Session, thanking you very much for accompanying us with this attention and enthusiasm. It has been a day full of meaningful reflections, rich exchanges, and moments to remember.
Yes, thank you all for being here, whether in person in this room, whether in our overflow room up above the stairs, or if you're watching online. Thank you very much for your continued attention. And we've heard from global leaders, who've shared powerful insights, and launched a forum that will shape the days ahead. Now, this is just the beginning, so take a moment to relax, connect, and enjoy the evening in this beautiful city of Paris. A quick bit of housekeeping before we leave. When Mariana and I were offered the roles of MC, it came with one condition. We have to count every single headset of all of you today. So please, 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 return your headsets at the back of the room, up at the stairs, otherwise you'll get a very angry phone call from Mariana and I later. You don't want that.
Please. And I think there's another award or recognition for you that we have the honor to say. We have a cocktail for all of you today in the first floor, and we would like you, to all the delegates, to take a picture with the Director General in our garden, and the President of the organization, of course, in our garden. And tomorrow, we will meet again here at 9 a.m. for the next part of the Animal Health Forum, because today we had the first dose, and tomorrow we will keep exploring challenges and solutions around vaccination. Be prepared for the booster of tomorrow's forum.
Thank you, gracias, merci, et à demain. Thank you.